Boom, boom. What's good, baby?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why it looks like that either. I feel like it's hella foggy in here.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I might have too much light on me.
Maybe we try turning them down instead of. I keep trying to move these things, man. Maybe we turn them down.
Let's try that.
Let's have these adjustable lights that don't adjust. Yeah, I didn't feel the earthquake either.
It's a little better.
Yeah, it still looks smoky on my end, but the lighting over here is bad, so it is what it is. Where'd my pen go, yo? There it is. Warren, what's happening, my man? Warren, Jiggy, Jizo.
Sherilyn B. Moore, what up? Yeah, man. You know, I got my Orioles hat on today. Shout out to the O's. I'm all over the place with the teams I like, though, right? Because I got love for the Orioles. You know, all my people out in Baltimore now. But I like the Yankees. That's the rivalry right there. That's a rivalry. I like the Yanks.
Mark, this is a good note, but it was hot as hell in here when we walked in. No, maybe it was cold over the weekend, but it was. This building is insulated, man. It was hella hot in here. What's good, BP?
There we go. It's a little better coming through. Mm-hmm.
Lazy, what's happening? Mark, the camera just might have been sweating. That's all it was. Camera just in here hot. Like, yo, man, what's Mia doing? It's hot in here. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
Acknowledge me.
Man, that is loud. That is loud. Adam, what's happening, man? We should have showtime here in a couple seconds. Where everybody at? What's going on in here? Is Twitch? Yeah, Twitch always lagging, man. Twitch
Come on,
always
Twitch.
lagging. It's
Come
all
on,
right.
Twitch. Ain't that Cole's people? Twitch.
Yeah, it's Cole's people.
Do better, Cole.
Cole and Bryce. Rudy Colbert. Rudy Colbert. I saw that clip with Anthony Edwards talking about, or Carl Anthony Towns talking about Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. With all due respect, calm down. Yeah, Cap, stop that. Stop that, cat.
Oh.
What's good, baby? Welcome in here to the Tuesday, October 12th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
That was too quick.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
I'll learn how to do this show one time. Oh, the devil trying to get me right here at the beginning of the show.
I saw what's going on here.
I'm retired, though, so I'm putting my phone down.
Woo.
Sneakers just sent out a push notification that said the Fire Red Jordan 3's back. I'm out the game. I'm out the game, man. So if KC's out for the next few minutes, it's because he's trying to get a package delivered to his house. But
I'm absolutely not after the last couple weeks.
Devil hard at work here on Tuesdays, but I ain't about it. I ain't about it, man. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We'll check in. Kings are back at practice today. Media availability coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll check in to see what whoever is available for the media has to say following the Sacramento Kings 3 straight losses to open the season. The Kings are one of 4 winless teams in the NBA right now. The Lakers, the Magic, and the Thunder are the other ones. One thing I didn't notice in the oftentimes I laugh at the Lakers have the same 3 opponents Sacramento has had.
I didn't know.
Different. I mean, obviously a different order, but yeah, they've had the same 3. They've had the same 3 losses that Sacramento has had.
So do we feel like the Lakers maybe aren't as bad as they look?
No, the Lakers stink. The Lakers are not good.
Okay. Do we think the Lakers are on the same tier as the Kings?
Yes.
So do we think the Kings are not good?
Are you saying we or like me?
You can say you.
Do I think the Lakers and the Kings are on the same tier? Yes.
Do you think the Kings are not good?
I do not.
You don't think they're good?
No, I think the Kings are good. I think the Kings are. I think they're like if you put the teams in a tier and then rank them, I think the Kings would be above the Lakers. The thing that obviously is different for the Lakers that the Kings just don't have is you have one otherworldly star and a guy who's been really good in the guy. I mean, Anthony Davis isn't playing poorly. It's just that the construction of that team is a disaster. There are going to be games that LeBron James and Anthony Davis can win by themselves. There are going to be games that LeBron James can win by himself. I don't know that there's a, unless you believe there's a game Keegan Murray can win by himself or a game that De'Aaron Fox can win by himself. I don't think that's necessarily the case, even against bad teams.
Yeah, I still think, and especially with that stat that they played the same teams, the Lakers, when I say they're on the same tiers as the Kings, I think they're both about average.
I think they're both competing for the same spot in the Western Conference, which is 8, 9, 10. Probably more like 9, 10.
So why are the Kings potentially good and the Lakers are bad?
I don't understand. Because the roster is terrible. Their roster is bad.
Okay. So basically where the Kings and the Lakers meet, that's the line of demarcation for good and bad teams.
Yeah, probably, because I don't know who. I mean, I need to see a little more from Portland. And I give Portland credit. They have collectively looked better, and not just the Dame Lillard exploits, which have been marvelous to see return, especially since he didn't do it against Sacramento. But their defense it's better. It's noticeably better.
Yeah.
If you want to put them there, like that's fine too. But once you get past the Kings, like there's no one. I don't think there's anyone else to talk about. Utah is a really cool story right now. Raise your hand if you think this is continuing for 82 games. Is Utah doing this for 82? I don't think they are. Houston, Oklahoma City. I think we just said Oklahoma City is one of those winless teams. So like that's one. Once you start getting towards the bottom of the conference, once you start getting past where in my head the Kings and the Lakers are, those are bad basketball teams. Some of them probably purposely bad basketball teams.
Mhm.
I just watched the Lakers. I don't feel the same way watching the Lakers as I do the Kings.
Understandable. It happens.
I feel like the Kings, they've put together some decent basketball games. I don't feel like the Lakers have. The Lakers were in the it was it wasn't the Warriors game, it was the second game. Clippers, thank you.
Mhm.
It was they were in that game.
Mhm.
I never thought they were going to win. I never thought LeBron was going to take over, which was the weird part.
Mm.
When you're in a close game like that, you feel like LeBron can take over that game. And maybe we're past that. Maybe LeBron will have moments during the season where he can take over a game. But starting in game number 2, maybe he can't.
Right.
And maybe he's not. Maybe he's trying to make a point. Maybe he's not taking over a game because he's trying to make a point. But I see them in the same tier, but I don't see the Lakers as a good basketball team. I see the Lakers as a team that can still make the play-in, but I don't see them as a good basketball team.
Gotcha. Just clarifying.
NBA is weird right now.
It's really weird.
I mean, it's early. Sample sizes are small. Of course, everyone points to Utah and the fact that Utah is 3-0 right now when everyone thought they would be 0-82 by the third game of the season. You look around. I was thinking about, get to this later. I took a look at Minnesota's record.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota's beat the Thunder twice. They're 2-2, but they beat the Thunder twice. And so it's just, I feel like when you're this early in the season, and this kind of ties into what we were talking about yesterday with this team. If you want to be upset and you want to jump out the window, that's fine. You've been a Kings fan for a long time. You feel like this is just repetitive nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
I totally get that, but I feel like context is really important. The one that context doesn't matter is Utah. That's bizarre. They've beaten 3 good teams.
Right.
They beat New Orleans. They beat, I think Minnesota was the other one, and they beat Denver. That's odd. But I think context matters this early in the season when you're trying to evaluate such a small sample size. And the context of the Kings' losses, I feel, is important, especially when you look around the other league and you go, wow, this team has more wins than this team, and this team has more wins than that team. Yeah, I got you. 3 games in, and that's, again, it's perfectly fair. But context-wise, I think the Kings are in. I think when you bring full context into this conversation, I think the Kings are just fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think people make too much about the records right now anyway, just in general. That's my.
But it's what we have to work with, right?
Right.
So I get it. Like I get posting messages about the 0-3. I think they're now 1-3 Philadelphia 76ers. Like I get that. It's all we have to work with, but it just ain't gonna be around.
Yeah, but I don't. I don't get it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh man, they're 0-3. There's nothing in 3 games that I've seen from any of these people, or 4 games in Portland's case, that makes me change how I feel about.
But
them.
the world,
should it?
The world is very reactionary and instant now, and that's why you get 0-3 tweets or 0-3 graphics.
That's why,
or 3-0 graphics.
That's why we're here, Damian.
That's right. To bring some levity to
yes, to settle down.
That's right.
Calm down. Season's not even a week old.
And the only thing that we know for sure is it's the Portland Trailblazers versus the Boston Celtics in the finals. That's all we know right now. We don't know how we're going to get there, but that's what we know.
Portland looking to go, not tonight, it's tomorrow night, looking to go 5-0 against a team that people told me the Kings could never beat in Miami. Miami's 1-3.
Yeah, I'm actually pulling for Miami tomorrow. I don't need Miami coming in here on I assume tomorrow's Wednesday. I assume they don't play another game before Saturday, but that's a complete assumption on my part. The Grizzlies played last night. They won't play again until Thursday against the Sacramento Kings.
The Miami Heat have only played twice. That's another thing. The Dallas Mavericks have only played twice. That's another thing I was thinking about with the Kings today. I was like, man. They really ain't playing until Thursday. They played on Sunday.
Well, yeah, they're not playing until Thursday after having a back-to-back.
Yeah.
Well, what do we do that for? We couldn't have spaced this out like a little bit. Like, what would you didn't want to go against Monday Night Football last night? But believe me, nobody was watching. Nobody was watching. You could have done anything last night.
Miami does. They play again before the Kings. They play Portland and then the Warriors back to back. And then the Kings on Saturday.
So they play Wednesday and Thursday,
Mm-hmm.
and then Saturday. Okay.
They could be staring at 1
Go on and get one of those, Miami.
They could be staring at 1-5 coming into Sacramento.
Man, I do not want I do not want the get right game to come back. I need that to be dead. I need the get right game at the Golden One Center to be dead.
Well, look,
we cannot do that again.
Even if they win, I don't think they'll beat the Warriors. So even if they win, they'll be 2-4.
Yeah, but at least
they'll be like, all right.
So this is on opening night. You know, when they lost, I was like, one of the first things I thought was, they should have lost one in the preseason. If you had just lost one in the preseason, you could have just gotten that L over with, and then you would have regrouped and been set. You know, they were probably dreams of 82-0, the unstoppable Sacramento Kings. Like they were all thinking about who was going to play them in the movie about the team. And it's like, man, they needed to experience that loss before the regular season got here.
You know, I did think about, and I don't know if I spoke it out loud or not, but I did think like, it wasn't the whole preseason. It is what they did to Portland in the preseason. And I was like,
yeah,
Portland going to be ready on opening night. I still thought the Kings were going to win, but I was like, Portland going to be ready.
Yeah, I thought the same. I thought Portland would, but I didn't think Portland was going to win that game.
Well, the Kings should have won that game, man. They let that one slip away.
I'm with Miss P. Miss P says, I really want to beat Memphis.
Oh,
we'll talk about that. Yeah, we'll talk about that. They put on a show last night. Chime Moneke went to the G League for about 7 minutes. We'll talk through that. We'll talk more Kings basketball when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right, I'm starting to get pissed off. Why can't I log into my stuff on ESPN Plus? Talking about my TV provider. Then they pull up this stupid. Do you guys know where I'm at? Is that what the issue is?
It should still work if you're out of the house.
Well, my thought is maybe they think I'm not in California or something. What in the world?
Yeah.
You know, there's one thing that this internet doesn't want to do, and that's piss me off. Don't piss me off.
Is that your Jeff Jarrett? That's amazing.
Don't piss me off.
Thank you, IPH. It is available over at DLoandKC.com. DLoandKC.com. I even broke out the De La Soul Nikes. I haven't worn these.
I saw those.
Least
iffy.
I have no idea the last time I wore these. It's been several years. That's why I'm retired. That's why these sneaker devil messages aren't going to get me. You won't get me, devil.
Let me see. Maybe
okay. I see how you acting. They still available.
Well, you know what's funny is I went to the mall like 3 weeks ago and they were in multiple stores. Like those can be
Maybe they're not hot.
They're not hot?
Maybe they're not. Or maybe they made a lot of them.
Maybe so. But aside from like the ones and stuff like that, I have seen these things are being a little bit more available lately.
That's
a little better.
Yeah, I still look like I'm fucking smoking. I'm in a hot box over here.
Maybe yours needs to come down a little bit.
You ever seen those dark? What they call dark iris, the purple ones? I saw a coach, a development coach, the threes. Yeah, I like that better. It's dark. It's dark, but it looks less smoky. I like that better.
Were those one Uncle V had on? You remember?
I don't think no. They're threes. They're white, but the fire red or whatever, where it's purple.
Yeah.
One of the coaches had them. One of the development coaches who was working out, I think Rashawn, had them on.
Yeah,
I was like,
oh.
No, those are 11s, aren't?
But I think those threes are called.
I think they're called. Okay.
Purple and black, but purple, white. And black.
Yeah.
I think they call them Converse.
Yeah, those could bring me out of retirement. Those could
bring
me
those
out of retirement.
Lots.
Yeah, those are nice. Those could bring me out of retirement.
Damian looks like a dream, like a dream sequence.
Yeah. Man, let's just do the show from home. The lighting at home is perfect.
That's what it seems. Did you wipe it off, like with a tissue or something?
Absolutely, what it looks like. Whose fucking fingerprint is on here? Damn! Now it looks. As soon as Jesse said that, I looked at the screen and there's a fucking fingerprint on it. Like, what are you doing? Why is it still so goddamn hot in here? Stop clapping.
Nah, these things, these fools are upsetting me.
That was really someone's thumbprint that was making me all blurry.
Doing it all. Oh boy.
Well, if we're sending emails about blankets, I'm going to send an email about keep your thumbs off the cameras. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well. If you want to watch the show, Jason Jones coming up, final hour of the program. Akash Anavarathan coming up at 2:30, and we'll talk to the coach, David Patrick, Sac State men's basketball coach. He'll be with us for his weekly visit coming up 1 hour from right now, and all those good vibes that were out at Hornet Stadium this weekend will absolutely be at the Hornets' nest when Sac State basketball gets underway, man. Really looking forward to Coach's season getting underway. Really looking forward to talking to Coach David Patrick. Again, that's coming up 1 hour from right now. Kings practice actually wrapping up here. Their media availability is coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll bring you any pertinent information that comes out of there for sure. Chime Moneke was sent to the G League, and then Chime Moneke was brought back from the G League. I know there's a reason for this, but I can't say I entirely know what it is.
I'm not sure myself.
Did they just want him to get his picture taken for Stockton Kings Media Day?
Quite possibly.
Because that was yesterday. The start of training camp was today. I thought, oh, maybe he'll be down there getting in some work.
Now, this could be one of those things like what James talks about, where he's like, you get to keep the player. You basically keep them from coming or going overseas.
But Chime's on the roster.
Yeah, I don't know.
JVD says they sent him there to scare him. That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know.
Scared straight in Stockton.
I'm trying to find a reason why.
I don't understand. But again, perhaps he wanted his picture taken. Let's get his picture taken. Well, because I was looking, I saw you put the notes in the show. I saw James and Deuce. I was like, okay, did they Keon get the call? Like, what's happening here? None of that happened, and Chime is back. So, I mean, I don't know. It's that big of a deal. Chime hasn't played. Like, he hasn't played in any of the 3 games.
Right.
So I don't know. They're practicing. He was back at practice today. So Chime Moneke minutes coming against Memphis, I guess.
Maybe. So I did think about this though, like the interesting aspect of all this is, we're looking at probably a change in the starting lineup for Thursday's game. And it's the age-old question that we keep asking: what does that mean for KZ Okpala?
Yeah.
Like, does he play? So
yeah.
When I heard all the Moneke news, we were like, okay, well, maybe he might play on Thursday. Well, maybe, but what is he going to be, the new Okpala? Like, I don't.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know what it means for Moneke. Obviously, these up and downs, but it spawned into me thinking about what does all this mean for KZ, if anything.
What do you think this means for KZ Okpala?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that.
Okay,
to be honest.
that's okay.
Garrett Cole,
that's okay. Appreciate
not
the honesty.
Going to the championship again. Not going to the World Series again.
Well, that's sad. And by sad, I mean I don't care.
Damn.
I'm just glad I have that clip. I'm eternally. I don't even remember what that was. It was about.
It was him cheating or something.
That's right. It was it him cheating or just cheating in general?
I think it was.
It had something to do with
his team.
Yeah, it had something to do with. I don't remember. I just that was gold, and it did involve cheating in baseball. but it's traditional cheating, so it was okay if I remember correctly.
Speaking of, Bob Costas just irritates me sometimes.
Understandable.
Did you hear him lately? He said something about something to the effect of, well, the Astros won't have the benefit of banging on trash cans this time. Shut the hell up, Bob Costas.
Well, why? Okay, Bob, get over it. Like, stop it.
He's just it's irritating.
He is irritating, but he's getting old, so maybe he's just old and grouchy. What issue from the Kings' first 3 games? What issue concerns you the most? And it could be one that you saw throughout the 3 games, like you saw it in all 3 of them. It could be one that really stood out in one particular game over the other. But what issue that we have or maybe haven't yet talked about from these first 3 games is really concerning for you?
Team wide, for me, is free throws.
Yeah,
that's something that is a concern. That's a frustration of mine. It's always going to be a concern until they fix the number.
Mm-hmm.
So,
because it's bad.
Yeah,
it's really bad,
and it's unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
So that still rears its ugly head. So that's going to be something that worries me.
Okay. That's 100%. The free throws appear to be a consistent problem, and you can make a fair argument they've been a game-changing problem. The fact that they're missing them, and when I don't think it's as simple as just doing the math and going, well, they missed this many free throws, and they lost by this many points. It's fair to do that, but context of the free throws is important. Like if you only miss 2 free throws, but they're with 20 seconds left, but those are the only 2 you missed the whole game, you don't look at free throws as the problem, except when you look at when they missed them. That's a problem. Mm-hmm. If you miss a bunch of free throws in the first quarter, like so like the context in when these shots are missed is important. But when you do the simple math, it's like, damn, the math really does check out here. If you just hit a respectable percentage of free throws, you potentially win these games. You're certainly, within a possession or two in the final seconds. The fact that has been a major problem twice already this season is super concerning. Also because we talked about it in the preseason. They were missing free throws in the preseason.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, got to fix this. And they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And not only did they not, wasn't this a problem last year?
Yeah, absolutely was. It's been a problem the last couple of years.
Okay, so if we're talking about being better, and we're talking about a changeover in roster, and we're talking about a new coach and all of these things being different, that's great. Why the hell is that thing still the same?
I don't know.
One of the, I'm not going to call it simple. I mean, I ain't out there, but one of the most fundamental parts of the game, you go 57% against the team that might win the Western Conference.
I have no problem saying one of the simple parts. I mean,
you can say that. I can't.
You know how I feel about that.
I know.
You got to make your free throws. And once again, I can say it's simple because there are good teams all over the league who actually execute this. This isn't foreign. Pretty much all the good teams, except for, I guess, Milwaukee so far this year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably because their best player is Giannis, and he's up and down from the line. But, I mean, all the top teams do it. All the top teams do it. They make their free throws at a high clip. So there is no exception for not doing the same thing if you're trying to be a good team, if you're trying to be one of the top teams. You got to make your free throws. I think one of the things that that is part of the problem, so to speak, is traditionally their two best players don't hit free throws well. So De'Aaron Fox was one of them. Harrison's cool, but De'Aaron Fox being their best player, him not being a dead-eye free throw shooter, that hurts the percentage of the team because he shoots the most free throws on a team, right? Like generally speaking. Harrison, I don't know what his career numbers are, but we see what's going on this year. And then you think about it, like, who is a good free throw shooter on this team? Now you'd probably say Herter. We haven't seen Keegan, but I think he's a good free throw shooter.
Keegan does no wrong.
He doesn't know wrong. But that's it. Like, you go down, like, Malik Monk is probably a good free throw shooter. But you go down the list.
Malik Monk even been to the line this year? Think about it.
I don't know. I don't know. But Fox, Harrison, Sabonis, Davion, all not good free throw shooters.
Yeah.
Terrence is probably solid. But hell, their best free throw shooter the last couple of years, they never got to the line.
Shavano
and Halliburton when he was here. So then that's the thing. That's what I was trying to look up. I was trying to see exactly like what the how often they go to the line.
Mm-hmm.
And they're around middle of the pack. I think they go to the line 23 times a night. And that's good for 18th in the league. The leader is Dallas with 35. That's because you have your Luka and, guys that attack and kick and things of that nature. I don't think they'd ever sniff that, but can they attack a little bit more and get to like 26? They're at 23 right now.
Malik Monk has taken one free throw in the season.
That's where I talk about attacking the basket a little bit more. Can you attack a little bit more and possibly get to the cup a little bit more?
Davion hasn't taken one. Davion Mitchell hasn't taken a single free throw. De'Aaron's taken 14. He's 10 of 14. Domantas Sabonis is 13 of 20.
What are those two percentages?
For
Fox
Sabonis 65, De'Aaron 71.
13 to 20 isn't. I mean, I don't like the percentage, but I just hear those two. That set of numbers, 13 and 20, It's not that bad for Sabonis. I'd probably want it more like 15 to 20.
So the bulk of the Kings' free throws have come from 3 players: Fox, Sabonis, and Harrison Barnes. And that's, as we mentioned, De'Aaron at 71%, Sabonis at 65. Harrison Barnes has taken 13 free throws. And we outlined this yesterday. He's 7 of 13. That's 53%.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
Of course, Keegan is perfect. I mean, that's just the nature of
Yeah,
Keegan
we
Murray.
don't. You don't even have to elaborate anymore.
No,
Just Keegan is perfect.
He is perfect.
That's it.
He has not missed from the foul line. Doesn't matter how many he's taken. It just matters that he has
1 of 1, 2 of 2.
missed. He's 2 of 2.
2 of 2.
So is Freeport.
Freeport
is 2 of 2. I mean, once you get past that, you were right. Kevin Huerter 6 of 8, and TD 5 of 6. So 83% and 75% for TD and Kevin Huerter.
But you know what? I used to have this argument with like Warriors fans a lot when they'd be like, "Oh, we don't ever get calls," or such and such is going to the line 24 times and we've only gone 7. Well, you don't attack the basket.
Mm-hmm.
You shoot threes. Then you shoot a lot of jump shots, and that's kind of what when I asked them to attack the basket a little bit more. I don't know if they're going to get any better than that 23 free throw attempts tonight. This Kings team doesn't seem to attack the basket much outside of De'Aaron Fox.
And when he does, he doesn't get a whistle.
There's that too. I
mean, and that's a problem because it's hard to fault De'Aaron Fox. Like if you attack the basket, you can't get a whistle, and you feel like you're getting hit, you feel like you're getting fouled, and you're not. You're not converting. What the hell are you going for? What the hell are you going to keep doing that for?
Right.
I can't even fault him for that.
Yeah.
He hasn't, by the way, to point out, he hasn't stopped trying to get to the basket. Like he's been consistent in that. But it's a tradition unlike any other, man. I don't know why that dude doesn't get foul calls. You would think he was 7 feet, 350 pounds. They officiate, is exaggeration, obviously, but they officiate bigger dudes differently than people De'Aaron's size.
Yeah.
De'Aaron is one of the most disrespected players when it comes to officiating, I think, in the entire league.
Yeah,
because he is aggressive.
There's no reason why he shouldn't be at the line 8 to 10 times a night, and it doesn't typically happen. How many attempts is he averaging right now? Are you able to see
how many
so far this year? You
free
said
throw attempts?
Yeah,
10 of 14. That's an average of.
It's like 4 or 5 a game, right?
That's it. Yeah, he's it's 4.7.
Come on now.
Yeah, yeah.
Come on, man.
Now, if Will Z is listening and we just juxtapose that with the amount of times that he penetrates to the basket and try to figure out the math there, it probably doesn't math.
Right. But you know what? I get what you're saying. As far as like if you're De'Aaron, why would you keep going? But you got to keep going.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand that. Like now, today, and I'll understand that for another week or two. But I also understand you get 10, 12 games into the season, and you're averaging 5, a shade under 5 free throw attempts, and you feel like you're working to get to the basket, and you're not getting those calls, and you're missing shots at the rim because you're not getting those calls.
Yeah.
What the hell is different between doing that and shooting a mid-range jumper? Hell, the mid-range jumper might become a higher percentage shot in that situation.
Maybe so. But you think about things like, and trust me, I understand completely. But you think about things where if you attack and let's just say, for instance, he's going with the left hand, he goes high off the glass, gets bumped a little bit, doesn't get the call. The guy that came over to block your shot maybe now leaves a offensive rebounding opening for Sabonis or something like that. So that's why you're pressure attacking, even though you're not getting the calls or making the shot, it's still something that could have a trickle-down effect to help the team offensively. But I will say this. If it continues, like I'm gonna be looking at Mike Brown. Like you got to protect this guy.
In what? Oh.
Like go off in the post game presser. Take the fine. If I'm Monty, if I'm this is how the game works. If I'm and now you can't go to this well all the time, but you got probably won a season where I'd say I'd go to Monty.
I got
If I was
you.
Monty, I go to Vivek. I'm like, yo, we need Mike to do this.
Yeah.
I need you to make sure that when this fine comes,
But is that
he's taken care of.
it's like a coach's challenge though, right? You have to, if you can't get away with that often. You could probably get away with more than one a season, but you have
One,
to,
maybe two.
yeah, you have to do it at the right time because you need enough of a sample size to show like, hey, this is a year-long problem that I'm upset about.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to decide how much longer can this go on
Mm-hmm.
before I make that point, and then can I make that point strong enough to where it'll have impact for a stretch of basketball here?
Right. No, that's why I say you got to, if you're Mike Brown, you need to start looking at that. My first thought is about 10 to 12 game market. This is still going on, and he's still not getting the calls and getting beat up in the paint. Yeah, I'd have to say something.
Will Z with a couple of stats here to just solidify. I have no idea what I'm talking about. He says De'Aaron Fox has taken 3.7 field goals per game in the restricted area. He's shooting 81% on those 3.7 restricted area field goals per game. So, okay, I absolutely thought it was more, but he's getting something out of it. So him driving to the basket is proving beneficial for the Kings.
I mean, this guy,
he had a dunk.
When?
Now, it wasn't like a crazy
in the Portland game?
Dunk. He had one against the Clippers.
Oh, so he got 2 dunks out here now.
The one against the Clippers, it was a dunk, but it was it was a dunk.
Did
it was like, oh, look at that's cute. He dunked it. It wasn't anything to get like too excited about, but he did do it.
Yeah. Hey, this dude's balling right now.
Yeah, he really is.
Like, he's hooping, he's doing, and I don't want to say nitpick because it is important, but people look at the turnovers, like specifically in the first game. You don't want that.
Which have come way down, by the way. The first was bad, and I think it was 3 and then 4 or 4 and then 3 in the last 2 games.
So you look at that, and you don't like that. But other than that, he's giving you about everything that you could ask for.
Yeah.
Everything you could ask for. He's moving the ball on the offensive end. He's going in there and doing something other than just offense. He's rebounding. He's defending. He's balling right now. 31.7 a night to go along with 5.7 rebounds, 7 assists.
There's a lot of times that you could point to, statistics and go, that's just hollow. Like, that doesn't. De'Aaron's numbers don't feel hollow.
Mm-hmm.
They feel really, really impactful on the game. It's just they're not resulting in victories. I did want to look this up. Oh, De'Aaron tied for the league lead in turnovers per game. Him and Brad, 4.6 per game, 4.67 turnovers per game for De'Aaron Fox and Bradley Beal. Donovan Mitchell right behind those two with 4.3 turnovers per game. Dame Lillard's up there, but the drop-off is a bit steep after that. The drop-off is almost a full turnover lower. And again, to his credit, once you get far enough away from that 8, if you're settling in around 3 and 4, that's going to put him in here with Embiid, Dame, Paul George, Ja Morant, guys who handle the ball a ton. Like, and that's the amount of turnovers that they have. Those guys who handle the ball virtually every possession.
Right.
So it's a lot different when you're riding with that 8 on your sitting very hefty on your average.
Yeah. Still just got to protect the ball a little bit better.
No doubt.
But he's been phenomenal. The other thing that I like seeing from him, and I want to make sure, if I'm him, if I'm the people around him, I'll monitor it a little bit. We don't want it to get out of control. But he's been feisty so far this year.
That's good.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. And like I said,
because the feistiness lasted 1 game last year.
Yeah.
Against Portland, and then it was gone.
And I say I want to monitor it a little bit because, I don't want him to get a reputation or get unfair technicals and things of this nature. I don't even think he's got a tech this year, but he's been close. And rightfully so. There was a couple of times when rightfully so, there should have been a call and there was no call. And he's let him know, like, he has showed a level of emotion
Yeah.
that we were kind of asking for an earlier part of last year.
There was it could have been the Portland game. I can't remember, but I remember James talking about it. And he was talking about, I think De'Aaron was in the official's ear. He was really frustrated about something, and I can't remember what it was, but he was really frustrated about something. And then the TD tech came.
Oh, he was De'Aaron was mad because at first it looked like he wasn't gonna get the and one when he drove to the bucket and got wrapped around and he scored.
They
And
called it late.
yeah.
Like really late.
Yeah.
Like 5 minutes late.
So he yelled at the ref who didn't make the call,
Yeah.
not knowing the other ref did make the
Yeah,
call.
because of the noise in the building, and the TD tech came shortly after that. So I think De'Aaron may have gotten the officials' attention with that response to.
Referees are so stupid.
Oh, that's not nice.
Like that's
not nice.
I can't stand them half the time.
I know you can't.
I really can't because they do way too much.
They're people too.
They need to be better people.
Okay. Well, no, I'm sure they're fine people. They need to be better officials. That's what they need to do. They need to be better officials.
And the funny thing is, they always talk about how hard it is, and it's so hard. And I'm not disputing that. But like what you said, we don't know if it's true or not, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. And the fact that's even a possibility is embarrassing.
You said something a few minutes ago that I just noted and I wanted to get back to when I asked you, is there something in these 3 games that has concerned you? You immediately said team-wise and went on to talk about free throws, which leads me to believe there's something individually that's bothering you. And I want to discuss that. Coach David Patrick joining us coming up in about 30 minutes, much more ahead here. It's still the first hour, baby. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
On like the regular street, or not a neighborhood street, right? Wait a minute. If I don't need to ride on the sidewalk in a neighborhood. Stop it. Once again, settle down. I don't need to be on the sidewalk. Not as much as I should.
Man of the people. Man of the people.
We just say that he's winning potential All-NBA ball player.
Lizzie, we are getting Jamel Hill. We had to reschedule. She was traveling tomorrow when she was originally booked, so we're working on getting that redone, Lizzie, or rescheduled, excuse me. Head over to DLoandKC.com. Check out our new merch. Check out this 3 Feet and Rising Corners of the Culture joint. Available, DLoandKC.com. There's 2 different versions of this. There's this one that I'm wearing here, and then there's this is a little snugger, a little firmer, and it has different colors. This one's titled De La Soul. The other one is titled 3 Feet and Rising. So head over to DLoandKC.com. Check those out and make sure you're locked in. I think I'm going to drop our Corners of the Culture early. I think I'm going to drop it tomorrow morning instead of Thursday morning. I didn't have time to edit it last night. I got sidetracked. So I'm going to work on getting that done tonight and having it up for you tomorrow. And it's good. Yeah, it's phenomenal.
To answer your original question, Jesse, I've backed off my stance a little bit about like if they don't make the playoffs, then like everybody's got to go. I don't know if you can necessarily do that. Especially, like I said, if Fox is averaging 31-7 and they don't make the playoffs, or it's something close to it, like 28-7, and they don't make the playoffs. I don't know if you can.
What does it even mean if he's playing that well and this team doesn't make the playoffs?
Yeah. There is that. Somebody asked me something real quick. I think he's going back to the Yankees. Although I keep hearing things, and maybe I'm just trying to guard myself. I keep hearing things about him coming to the Giants. I don't know. I'm trying to honestly to answer, to speak on. I'm trying to guard myself because I don't want to believe that he's coming here and then he doesn't come. I keep hearing things saying he's coming to the Giants. Mm. Yeah, I think he. Like I said, I just keep hearing people saying he's going. He could go to the Giants. This is one of the most frustrating things ever. Trying to deal with this damn thing. See, because then we got that. That's not cool. I finished Raising Canaan yesterday.
Ooh,
Boy, oh boy.
Lord have mercy.
That had my heart racing.
Lord have mercy. As soon as he went to the jukebox, I thought, uh-oh.
Oh yeah, the music started playing. I said,
I was like, if they put on, if he hit Journey, Don't Stop Believing, I'm gonna fall out. I'm gonna fall out. That was one of the great season finales of a show ever. Raising Canaan this weekend.
It's crazy, and it's to the point where I don't know where they. I know they're coming back, but like, man, where do you go? How do you do this? It's gonna be dope.
There's still stories to be told. Yeah. If you haven't gotten up on Raising Canaan yet on Stars, man, you're missing legit one of the best shows in the on television. I think it's the only one of the Power universe that actually surpasses Power. I think Raising Canaan is better than Power.
Yeah, I can hear that. I can buy that. You think you think it's better than Power? Better than
I do.
You think it's better than Power? When?
All of it. I know what you're going at. Like first 3 seasons of Power are pretty crazy.
It ain't touching the first 3. I shouldn't say that.
I
the first 3 seasons.
I disagree.
Crazy.
No doubt. But come
on,
man.
That's a strong statement.
No, I know. I said what I said. Come on, man. Raising Canaan is.
No, it is.
It's incredible.
It is.
It's incredible.
I'm trying to think. First 3 seasons we had. I can't go there yet. Yeah,
okay.
I can't go there yet.
All right. That season finale was special, though. Y'all got to go check out Raising Canaan if you haven't yet on the Stars Network. Yeah. Coach David Patrick. We'll find out if Coach David Patrick watches Raising Canaan when he joins us coming up in about 30 minutes. Yeah, everybody should. You got to. I want to get to the Memphis Grizzlies and Keegan Murray, and I think there are some things regarding Keegan Murray that we got to keep in perspective here. But I asked you a second ago what concerns you the most from these first 3 games, and you said team-wise, it's ... We talked about free throws. I think we just talked 25 minutes about free throws, which is pretty extraordinary. But it led me to, I made a note, like you're having a problem with someone individually. And I don't think I need 3 guesses to figure out who we're talking about here. Because I know we're not talking about De'Aaron. I don't think we're talking about Domantas Sabonis.
No.
We're certainly not talking about our Lord and Savior, Keegan Murray. So, Keeg him. I assume it's Harrison Barnes.
It is, man. For me, it is. And the only reason why it is such a concern for me is I've seen this and felt this way for a while. For a while, I would see Harrison, I'd be like, I don't really like what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And I would always say, well, maybe he's just miscast, right? Maybe it's the fact that he needs to be the second best player. he's not that. But if you put him in a role where he's the third or fourth best player, then he could really flourish. And so far, it hadn't been that.
Mhm.
And I'm just, I'm kind of concerned. I'm really concerned about him moving forward. And I don't want to like get rid of him. I don't want him like off the team or nothing like that.
Send him home. That's what you do with players who aren't playing well. You send them home.
No, that's what you do with players that accept that they're not going to stay on the team.
Well,
So if Harrison was like,
well.
I don't want to be here, I want to be traded, then you'd send him home.
Has anybody said that?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying that's a send home situation.
No.
He hasn't. He wants to be here. So
That was sarcastic, by the way. I do
plays.
not at all suggest we send Harrison Barnes home.
The thing about it though is like I don't want to get rid of him, but I do think that the minutes may need to come down. You may allocate those minutes a little bit if he continues. I'm not saying that in game 4. I'm saying you're giving it some time. You're giving it another 2 or 3 games, and I'm keeping my eye on it if I'm Mike Brown very closely.
Yeah.
I'm still giving him the same amount of minutes. I don't have up in front of me how many he is averaging so far.
I can give those to you you just continue your point. I can give those to you in about 5 seconds.
29 minutes a night.
Yeah.
Right. So you keep trotting him out there for 29, 30 minutes a night, but I'm keeping my eye on it if I'm Mike Brown. And if this play continues, whether he's starting or coming off the bench or whatever, that 29's got to turn into like 22. And I'll probably give those 7 minutes to Terrence Davis.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you next is what does that look like?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd probably give those 7 extra minutes a game to Terrence.
You're starting. I have no idea. Again, I'll say this again. This is not intel. This is an opinion. I believe Keegan Murray is starting tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe Keegan Murray is starting for KZ Okpala.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But and so look, here's the other thing about this though. Here is the thing about this. Roddy brought this up on Twitter a couple days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, is Harrison Barnes now going to turn into this year's version of Chavano with the fans?
Oh, I hope not.
And that's what I do. That's what I do want to be perfectly clear about. I don't want this to be that for Harrison Barnes. I don't think he's playing well. I don't right so far he's not doing a whole lot to help the team. Mm-hmm. But I also don't feel like his play is the reason why they lost against Portland or they lost against the Clippers or the Warriors.
Right.
Like I don't feel that way about him. I hope he doesn't get that treatment. Like I just said, I don't want him to like just never play anymore. Like he still can be a part of this team and a valuable part of this team. You may just have to look at doing something different with the minutes. That's all.
I think when we, especially with such a small sample size and a stretch of play where Harrison Barnes isn't playing well, and then a lot of this falls on our shoulders in that, me, you, James Ham, lots of Kings fans out there, we put a lot of this season on De'Aaron Fox. Mm-hmm. And if De'Aaron Fox is successful, perhaps otherworldly successful, the Kings will be successful. Okay. Well, De'Aaron has been very successful the first 3 games of the season, but the Kings are 0-3. All right, we know Keegan Murray was the right pick. No one feels bad about the Keegan Murray pick. Of course, he missed the first game, which I think is the only one you can go, what would have happened if Keegan Murray was available for that game? We don't know. They lost. He wasn't available. Mm-hmm. We try to pinpoint one thing to explain the losses, and we look for the person who's not playing well. And in years past, it has been De'Aaron Fox. Now it's Harrison Barnes. And I think there's a second part of this equation, and I don't want to leave the Harrison Barnes conversation at all, but I just want to bring some perspective to this whole thing. Again, we believe Keegan Murray is going to start on Thursday. If the Sacramento Kings win on Thursday night, I don't think it's necessarily because Keegan Murray started.
I agree.
You know what I mean? Like I think we have to be, we have to take this entire team. We have to put this entire team into focus. I believe Mike Brown is going to do everything he can to put this team in a better position to win Thursday's game than they were in Sunday's game and then they were Saturday's game. That's very literally Mike Brown's job. And I think that starts with Keegan Murray. Now, where it goes in terms of minutes with guys like Harrison Barnes, guys like Terrence Davis, guys like Malik Monk, we'll find out as the year progresses. But Keegan Murray starts Thursday, they lose. Then what? Okay, we got to go through the box score again. Who had a bad game? Oh, it's Harrison again. This team has to come into focus a little bit, not just for us, but for themselves and for Mike. And it's the one thing I'm worried about when we and I think the glaring example right now is De'Aaron Fox, because we did it with De'Aaron. The team goes as De'Aaron goes. Okay, 3 games in, that's not true. The team does not go as De'Aaron goes. These other guys have to pick it up and carry their weight, do their part.
Yeah.
Domantas Sabonis can't be missing shots, contested or not. He can't be missing shots 5 inches from the rim.
Right.
Like, he can't. And that's a problem. Harrison Barnes taking 1 shot in a game. That's a problem. 50% from the free throw line. Like, that's a problem. There's a line of issues that needs to be fixed. It's not just Harrison. It's not just putting Keegan Murray into the starting lineup and taking Casey Okpala out.
Right.
There's a list of things that Mike Brown has to go through over the course of the next few practices with this team that they have to put into execution on Thursday to win that game.
I agree.
And it's not just one individual.
Right.
Or one substitution.
It's absolutely not that. It's definitely more of a collective. And it's got to be, everybody just, once again, being a star in your role, right?
Yeah.
Being a star in your role. And whatever your role is, hit 80% of that. And I think that's something that could spark plug the person next to you, spark plug the person next to them, and allow them more comfort out there on the court or whatever their role is. And it has a trickle-down effect. Be a star in your role. And these guys have to find a way outside of, the Foxes. And Fox has to continue to play the way he's playing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's got to average 31, but he's got to continue to play at that high level. That doesn't hurt at all.
Yeah.
But he's got to continue to play at that high level. And if he can do that, and those other guys step up just a little bit. It doesn't have to be drastic, because like we've mentioned, they're not that far off. But they have just here and there missing free throws or not defending the right way. Or a horrible quarter, like a god-awful quarter.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that's something that I thought about too. Like, because I watched that game back, the Warriors and the Kings game, and I saw the comeback.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really into moral victories, or I don't really know exactly what it says that they came back. But I think people kind of dismissed that a little too much, the way they came back. And the starters were in for both teams.
The starters came back in.
Starters came back in for both teams.
Yeah.
And when I
think De'Aaron came first.
When it got to Herter made a layup, and I think they got it to 3 or 2. I mean, Steph had been in.
Yes, yeah. In. But that was very literally like a basket, though. Like, Steph came in, and I think he took a 3 and missed. And I think eventually the Kings did, after a couple of chances, I think they scored. But that was one basket with Steph on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the run took place with Steph on the floor, or at least the bulk
run,
of it.
The run didn't take place with Steph on the floor. But what I'm saying is they continued the run even when some of the starters came back for the Warriors. I mean, it's not like it's not the biggest thing in the world, but I mean, and I never, if I was watching the game, I wouldn't have sit up there and been like, oh man, the Kings are going to win this game, just because I don't envision.
Right.
It's not the Kings. I just don't envision the Warriors blowing a 20-point lead at home. You know what I mean? So yeah, like when people say like, I never thought they were going to win that game, I probably wouldn't have either. that doesn't mean they weren't playing good basketball to get back into the game.
One of my first thoughts, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter at ESPN 1320 as well. Sac State men's basketball coach David Patrick set to join us coming up here in about 20 minutes. One of the things about games like that my first thought when it ended was, this is... you almost like this final score doesn't tell the story of the game. The story of the game was the Kings were down essentially from tip. Like they were down double digits quick.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had their little run, and the final 3 or 4 minutes or whatever it was of the half opened things up a little bit, the third quarter and so on. But
what if I said this? What if I told you this? The halftime score does not tell you the story of the game. Because that was about a 3-minute
89-71.
That was about a 3-minute blitz by the Warriors. It was a less than 5-point game, 5 or less, for much of the second quarter. For much of the first quarter. They jumped out 12-0. Right? Timeout was called.
Yeah.
Immediately it got to 12-12.
But isn't that the story of the game though? Runs?
Those 2 runs. Yeah, you could say that. But that wasn't a 17-point game. Did I think the Kings were going to win that game from the jump? No. I just didn't think, just because they almost never beat the Warriors in Golden State ever.
I think I kind of get what you're saying when it's not the story of the game, like all of the tweets that go out about the Warriors just scored 89 points in the half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Kings scored 71.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's 142 points in a game. That's not normal. Like we get this. This is kind of the flow of the game. In that sense, maybe it doesn't tell the story. But the story of the first half were those blitzes that you're talking about. The one to start the game, the one that the Kings had to pull closer, and then the one at the end of the half.
But you're right. So what I would say about that, just like a 5-point game it wasn't a 5-point game all the way through. We had this crazy comeback. When people say, the Warriors just beat the hell out of them. I mean, there was a 3-minute blitz to start the game by the Warriors, 3-minute blitz to get a bunch of separation at the end of the half. Other than that, the game was played relatively even. And I'm not going to say, the Kings played better because they won the fourth quarter. I'm just saying, like,
no, but
they need if I was Mike Brown, I would go back and I would probably say, this was the story of the game. You have to find a way to stay focused enough not to have these blitzes occur, especially against a team like the Warriors, because you can't overcome that. You can't overcome that. You take away one of those blitzes, it's a closer game all the way through. I'm not going to say the Kings would have won, but it's a game all the way through. They were down 89-71 at the half, 18-point game. It should have been a 8-point game. But they lost focus, and the Warriors made them pay like they do in a major way.
Okay. I'm not even sure what we're arguing or debating at this point. But I guess, so you see the game as closer than it really...
I didn't see it as
you didn't see the game as a blowout. Because I guess the part where I get a little bit the part where I get a little bit lost with your thinking, and I understand your thinking completely, is the third quarter.
Wasn't that even?
Right. So if the third quarter was played even, roughly, that's an 18 to 19 point advantage for the Warriors. So you're watching the entire quarter as a Kings fan with the Kings down 18, 19, 20 points the entire quarter.
Yeah. Look, it's not like that big of a deal because they lost at the end of the day. All I'm saying is for what they put, what's 3 quarters, 36 minutes? Is that right?
That's right.
36 minutes. So for 30 of the 36, I mean, they played them even. There was a 6-minute period where they got smacked.
Well, no, that's not true either because they blew them out in the fourth.
No, I'm talking about the first 3 quarters.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what I mean? And if I'm Coach Brown, I'm sitting up there and I'm saying, like, people are gonna say you got beat down in this game. You're not as it wasn't that. It was you lost your mental focus to start the game and in the first half, and the Warriors took advantage. And that's why they're good. That's what good teams do against teams that aren't as good as them, or you can even call them a bad team. That's what happens.
But I
You
think,
know what I mean?
Okay. So
That's what happens.
Looking at this from a greater perspective of the Kings, I think that's one of the things that's driving Kings fans crazy is even if they buy into that theory that you just gave, man, it's a compelling theory, whether I agree with it or not. Yeah, they lost focus. They came out flat. How many games, how many shows did we do last year where we came in and talked about the Kings being down 13-2 before we even get settled in front of the TV? We wrap up D'Lo and KC. We post a couple of things on social media. We go get down in front of the TV and it's 13-2. You get back from walking the dogs and they're down 15 points.
Right.
Before you get how many times did that happen last year?
Too many.
And it's the PTSD we often talk about that comes with being a Kings fan. You got to have thick skin. You got to be willing to you've got to be willing to take some shots to the chin. And Sunday's game, in many ways, was a shot to the chin.
Yeah.
So was Saturday's. You shot 57% from the line. And you went there. You went to the foul line. It's not like you were 5 of, I don't know what the number, 9 or something like that. Like you went to the foul line a respectable amount of times. You went to the foul line enough to where it'd make a difference, and you didn't convert. So you've got 2 of the 3 games where you're getting concertoed by Edge and Christian. Like, yo, what's the
Beth Phoenix got concerto? Why they always get something with Edge?
It's uncalled for.
Concerto, always.
Edge invented the move, and now he's just the recipient of it. That's all it is.
But look, I'll even take it a step further. They didn't play well to start the game on opening night. They had to battle back there. They were down.
Yeah, they were down 10,
right?
Like
that at some point.
Sure.
So what I want to see them do, and you're right, this is something that we've been talking about as long as we've had the show. I'd like to see them like start the game well, get up by 10, 12 points. Seems like Kings never get up 10, 12
That's
points
crazy talk.
ever in the first half.
Or the second.
I like to see that. I like to see them come out with that sense of urgency instead of I like the fight. I like that they come back. That's cool, but how about start the fight?
So 3 games into the season. We just named like 3 things that have carried over from last year. Are we collectively, Chatty House, everybody listening on HD2 AM, Odyssey, you, me, Jesse, our big, beautiful office, are we sure this team's better than last year?
I mean, we're not sure. We're not sure. We think we know, but we really don't know.
I don't have that button.
No, we're not sure. We're not sure. I mean, they have a different makeup, and you kind of believe in this makeup a little bit more than you did last year. But until they actually do it, you don't know.
I'm sure this team is better than last year.
Why are you sure?
Don't know what the hell that means though, because I see it. I see the same mistakes, but both things can be true. The mistakes from last year are still there, which is weird because we don't have Luke Walton to blame anymore.
No.
We don't have Alvin Gentry. We don't have Marvin Bagley. We don't have Buddy Hield. We don't have bad vibes to blame anymore. We don't have fringe NBA players. We don't have TT. We don't have any of these things to blame anymore. This is for the most part, an entirely different group. Their overall play, in my estimation, has been significantly better. Other than those spurts, I don't I don't put weight into the run. I feel like the Sunday game against the Warriors was a bit demoralizing. It's like that's tough. That's tough. No matter how good the Warriors are, to me it was demoralizing. Like I didn't put a lot of stock in that run because my feeling on how that game would end never changed. I was hoping it would. I was like, God, I'll rewrite the whole show if the Kings win. I will happily throw the last hour of work away if the Kings can win this game.
But
I never thought that they were.
So here's where I would go with that. I mean, the feeling for me never changed starting Sunday morning. Like, I didn't think they were winning that game. They could have started the game up and went up 15. I wouldn't have believed they were winning that game.
And that's fair. That's perfectly fair against the Golden State Warriors. That's perfectly fair. But if that game had played out similar to Portland or LA, would we feel differently about it? Or do you feel any type of way about the Warriors' loss?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And like I said, that's probably because I didn't expect them to win to begin with.
So how they lose doesn't matter.
No, not in that one. Because they're not.
Because it's the Warriors.
Yeah, it's the Warriors.
And they're still elite.
It's specifically the Warriors because, like I mentioned yesterday, it seems like every time they play the Warriors, they get drugged. Like they get drugged. It feels that way. Feels like they can't. That matchup is one that they can't necessarily compete with. Now, I will say this. With that game, maybe I take some positives out of it, right? Because they made 11 threes. And Kings basketball right now, if anything, is, they can hit 17 threes in a game. They can do that. Yeah. They didn't do that against the Warriors. And it gives me the feeling that they have a little more firepower than in years past to go up against a team like that.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball as the day progresses. Coach David Patrick, head coach Sac State men's basketball. He joins us next here for his weekly visit on Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Brian Custer was on the call for the ESPN game. Should have had him on the show.
For the Sac State game?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. That's funny. I didn't know who was on the call. I didn't make the connection that that's who it was. Let's put some Sac State banners up for Coach. Let's see, got that one. Boom. Hornets. Got that one. Boom. 70. I had them at 40. 41. I know I was praying for 41 plus.
Yeah, I can't I think I might have said 40. Hold on 1 second.
We're 3 games closer to Vic. You can't hear us? Oh, okay. No, we hear. Sorry. We hear. No, we hear, guys. We hear. So, yeah, knock it off. Kenny went to get snacks. That's what being in the studio does, man. He gets the munchies early. It's just studio stuff, man. Just Jesse sneezes on a button and it cuts off all the sound. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Kings are shooting lots of free throws after practice, according to James Hammer. For some, yeah, I think mental and fatigue. Sure. Very possible, yeah, absolutely. Are you guys staggering in office versus home each day? No, I don't know what you mean by staggering. We're still going to use the home studios sometimes. Probably every Monday will be at home.
I found the culprit, Damien.
Yo, first of all, why do you do your show? Come over here and be on the camera so it doesn't look like I'm talking to nobody. Why do you do your morning show in the mouth of hell? Like, why is it like 99 degrees in here in the morning?
What?
Bro,
It was
the
like
devil, Satan,
Not at all.
fam, Satan was sitting right there when we walked in.
No lie.
We're keeping it warm in here.
Man.
I'm sorry. Is it really hot?
It was warm.
Yeah, it was hot.
The mics are on. I don't know. You guys.
Yeah, the mics are on. Like, we here.
Oh, because you guys aren't here. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
we here.
I keep it about like 75.
Yeah, that's hot, dog.
Oh, that's,
Bro, that's
She
hella hot.
said no.
It's cold in the morning, and then turn it up a little bit, and then it gets cozy.
Man. Had a big old Mia thumbprint on the camera too.
Yeah.
No, shut up.
That's
Use
facts.
it.
Like,
That's facts.
like, why is it all blurry
How are you
here?
guys? How
We
are
good,
you?
man. Good. How are you?
Warm welcome.
Oh, we love you, Mia. Stop playing.
Look, I set her up though.
Yeah, you
I
did.
said, "Oh, Mia, Damien wants to see you. Come on in."
Maybe you're yelling at me. I'm scared of him.
I don't know why
I
you
set her
act
up.
like
That's my
that.
bad. That's my bad.
So Jamaica, where were you, Friday? I didn't see you here.
I was doing the show from home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, by
So
myself.
you
Like
come in.
by myself because I was by myself. So I'm like, I'm gonna be in the comforts of I'm gonna have everything
still do it
exactly
from
where
home?
I need it. Yeah, we still do that a lot. We did yesterday's show from home.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, we
So
still
it's not
do
an
that.
everyday thing. You guys just.
It's
No.
like 3, 4
Yeah,
days.
3 or 4 days a week we'll
Okay,
be
that's
here.
not bad.
Yeah, and then that frees up the studio
When
for
are we
Andy
recording
or
again?
whoever needs
I was
it.
like-
Man, you tell us.
You guys
Yeah.
I texted you. I was like, "What
Nah,
day can we
we
set
don't-
up a schedule? Like, what's let's figure."
What
it
are you
out.
still doing here?
I had to record 3 spec spots and record my San Francisco show. I had to recut it because there was an
Spec
earthquake in
spot.
San
That's
Jose.
code for commercial.
So Michael's here, so he was like recut, and then it's just been a long day.
Okay.
Yeah, my brain is fried. I just heated up my lunch and I'm about to go home.
All right.
My date
We
just
don't-
ended.
We're gonna get that pod popping.
Yeah, let's do it. When do you guys record? Like, should we set up a date like that? Like an official date. Like, okay, we go.
Brody, we have tried with you like 3
because
times.
last week, remember I told you I had that dinner.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
we
we're
said
coming
it.
back. We're back, Mia. We got a radio show to do, and Coach Patrick's here. We just in here arguing with Mia. Mia in the morning. We found the culprit who set the temperature at mouth of hell hot. Coach David Patrick is here. Coach, I swear we walked into the studio today and Satan was sitting in the corner just listening to KSFM like it was nothing.
This feels
What's
like
up,
my
Coach?
office on the weekend. I'm cool, man. That sounds like my office on the weekends. Shut the air off over here now.
Man, they got you on that DMX. It's dark and hell is hot, huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
Real talk. We want to get to basketball and Sac State. Coach, have you ever watched Raising Kanan?
I have. That's my man from Ghost, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, we were talking about the season finale earlier. I was like, I wonder if Coach ever got into the Power universe over here.
I
I'm
got
all-
stuck on like Power 3, season 3 or season 4, I think. And so I got to catch up. Don't tell me what goes on now. I haven't got to where the Suns running it. I just finished The Wire, man. So shoot, I'm just getting caught up.
Oh, there you go. So that was your first time watching it?
The Wire, but the Power is like I'm still like season 4 right now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Coach, you're a few weeks away from you're still a few weeks away from your home opener, man. How do you how do you approach training camp? Like, how do you kind of, because, new coach, I know a lot of new players. How do you kind of set the tone for trying to get yourself ready for that first game?
Look, it's funny. I was talking to one of my mentors this morning named Brendan Surrey, coach with the Detroit Pistons with Chuck Daly, and I was like, man, now I got to get down to my core 7 or 8. I think that first few weeks of training camp, everybody kind of gets an even shot of playing, and then I think the good teams get to their rotation quickly, and so that's where we're at. We tip off November 7th, as you mentioned, at UCLA. So we have 2 scrimmages. So we've had one scrimmage, which I can't talk about, this past weekend. They're called secret scrimmages, but somehow they're on Twitter. And then we have another one this weekend as well. And I think how these kids play in these scrimmages, depict who's going to play for you opening night.
Are you guys at the point, Coach, where they want to play some games? I know how the practices have been going. They've been going hard. They've been intense. Is there a point in this whole process, like in the preseason process before you get to games, where you got to guard against the players, things may be becoming a little stale and losing focus? Or is there a moment like that? And are you guys at the point where you got to be aware of that?
Yeah, no, definitely. We're at the point where we need to play against somebody else. They're sick of hearing me every day. And, we're preparing for the same opponent, which is ourselves every day. Now it's finally good to prepare for somebody else, and take what we've been teaching them onto the floor, because it does get old. And the one thing in our sport's year round. We practice in the spring, we practice in the summer, we practice in the fall, and then games start in the winter. And so, I try to have balance, but I know these guys are ready to get out there and play somebody else.
Yeah. Coach, you still got like 3 weeks left. How do you keep it fresh?
I think by flipping up practice, I think it was the same kind of practice regime every day. You got to keep them on their toes. Today at 5:00, we got to open practice to the public and coaches and whoever in the city. And so just try to do some things a little bit different, try to change practice times. I had the guys over to my house this past weekend on Friday night. So try to throw some fun activities in there with them, because it can get old, man. These kids are on apps all day, so they flip an app quick. So they're ready to flip practice, but also they got to know I got to know there's work to be done. Every team's in the same position we are, and the guys that get bored, they're usually the teams that fall on the short end of the stick early in the year.
Man, it's interesting you say that about the open practice, because I was wondering if schools still do Midnight Madness, and it feels like they don't. I know, we got some connects. I think Duke did
just
something.
had one, yeah.
But it's not the same as it used to be, right? Like it used to be.
No.
I thought it was like November 1st, midnight. They'd have this big old thing. It doesn't seem like they do it the same way in college hoops no more.
It doesn't, man. The one thing is we've moved practice up, because Midnight Madness used to be like October 15th or November 1st. Now we're starting practice in September, which is still football season, which is crazy to me. And I think now unless you're having a concert on your campus, I'm sure Duke had a rap artist or somebody come on campus. It's kind of become a social media event more than a practice, and those days are gone. We try to do something next week for our donors, but the Midnight Madness per se is kind of out the window.
No, Coach, if you need me to rap, I'll be the come here.
Done, man, because them lyrics my man Ryan Bork be giving me to put out there ain't real good, man. So please, them little instrumentals ain't working.
What do you listen to, Coach? What's on your playlist on your way to practice?
Man, I'm like 90s rap, 2000 rap, or I'm 90s R&B. So I can go either way, and that's kind of my era.
I think you're an R&B dude, Coach. That's what I see from you, man. I think you got that R&B in you.
Yeah, some days, but I gotta let them dudes know I got some NWA in me too. So
Coach said that with a tone like that happened today.
You're right.
I don't feel like practice was great today. Coach had a vibe with that line.
Oh man, it depends if my daughter's in my car or not, man.
There you go. Understandable. Is there any? It was quite the atmosphere on campus this weekend. Can you and your team take any motivation from what Troy Taylor and the football team is doing right now?
Oh man, it's amazing. Troy and his staff and their will to fight that thing out at the end of the game was sensational. For me, for that game to be on national TV, and we recruit globally and nationally. It's amazing how many people around the world saw that game. I know us here in Sacramento, we're excited for it, but I'm getting tweets from Australia, New Zealand, Louisiana about that game, and so it's put our brand out there. I think Troy has raised the bar of where Sacramento State athletics should be and can get to. And just so excited for our recruits that were able to see Sacramento State in that light, in a winning way.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. It was awesome to see, man. And I keep telling you, Coach, man, I mean, the synergy between what the football program is doing, what you guys, the energy that you're bringing here, and the hope that the basketball team has. Baseball's done some good things in the past as well. I mean, it's just a good time right now for Sac State athletics, man, and even the women's basketball team. They're doing their thing as well. So it's just an exciting time, and a time that as somebody who's been born and raised here, I don't feel like I've seen since I even knew Sac State existed. I haven't seen this type of energy right now that you guys are helping bring.
No, it's been great. Obviously, it starts at the top with Mark Orr, our AD, and our president, as I talked about last week, President Nelson. But I think all those coaches you talked about, women's basketball, Troy, Reggie at baseball, I think the one unique thing about here is we all get along and all kind of pull for each other. I think, I've been at some big Power 5 places where it's kind of compartmentalized and don't worry about what I'm doing. I think there's a support there. Our guys are out at every football game and stay to the end cheering them on. That's not always the case. There's sometimes some jealousy there, which hasn't crept in. And so that's the great thing about Sacramento State and the university, that we all support each other as well, and the city.
Coach, can you talk to me about free throws for a minute?
Please.
The Kings are struggling from the foul line, and as a coach, as a player, you played at the highest levels and all of that, and now you're coaching at these high levels. What are free throws? Is it mental? Is it fatigue? Is it skill? Like what is it?
A lot of it's mental, right? I think they can go in the gym on their own and make them. So a lot of them getting in the moment. I think as a coach, you've got to put them in some situations to shoot free throws when they're tired in practice. But I've done it both ways, man. I've never talked about free throws and guys made free throws. I've worked on free throws every day, and they can't make a shot when they get in the game. So a lot of it is the mental aspect and the repetition of it. I know for us here, because it was an issue for us early here, we've had the guys come back in the afternoons to get in extra shots, because all they want to do is shoot 3-pointers now, like Steph. They don't want to get there and shoot free throws. So that's a lot of it. But I think even at the highest level, as Coach Brown, I'm sure, is dealing with this, these guys go through, you can't control what's in between those two ears, and you're hopeful that they step up, have the confidence, and knock them down. They win games at the end of the day.
You know what's interesting about that, Coach, when you talk about they just want to shoot threes and all this other stuff, and I understand it, but I've always, because I train these kids as well, these young kids, and I always tell them, hey, use free throw shooting as a form of working on your form and your mechanics. You know what I mean? You get to the line, you're shooting 100 free throws. Like you may feel like you're not getting anything done, but man, you're getting that muscle memory up for the mid-range, your deep threes and all this other stuff, or it just becomes second nature. But like you said, they don't really see it that way. They're like, oh, I shot 10 free throws. Now I'm ready to go. Man, what?
Yeah. You got to put some pressure on them free throws, man. You got to put them in pressure situations and practice some kind of way, whether it's 20 in a row as a team before you leave. At least that's our deal. So let your teammates get on you. Let feel some kind of pressure to where, that you put them in those situations, game-like situations. But, man, if I had the cure, I'd be making a lot of money, man, because everyone's dealing with it.
Yeah,
Coach, we appreciate you, man. Go put some Johnny Gill and Bobby Brown on. I think tough practice. Go get that R&B Coach Patrick version going for the rest of the afternoon.
Throw that new edition on.
Done, man. Done. New edition. Aaron Hall, I'm all with it, guy. I'm good to
go. Man,
man.
We appreciate you.
I had to eliminate one dude. I had to eliminate one guy that got in trouble last year. I know what I'm talking about. So.
Oh yeah.
We all still feeling the effects of that.
Coach, be honest. You really eliminated it.
You gonna make him do that on the air?
Coach,
You
go.
can't make
Yes.
him do that on the air.
I got kids. Hey man, I got women children. I'm out. They're done.
There you go. I'm just saying, Coach, because there are some people
Oh, no,
who say
don't look over here.
there are some
Don't look
people
over
who
here.
say they've eliminated
You
it.
can
but
check my search history. I've cleaned it up.
I love it.
Oh man, we appreciate you, Coach. Look forward to talking to you next week.
Thanks as always.
Thank you.
All right, that's our man, Coach David Patrick, right there, head coach, Sac State men's basketball. First game coming up against UCLA, November 18th.
UCLA, I think on top of my head, I think they're gonna be like top 5 in the nation.
Was that just me? I don't think Coach had a good practice today.
Oh no!
He's like, man,
he's like, yeah, R&B. Yeah, sometimes I don't be messing with the R&B. I gotta let them know.
Yeah, but he went to NWA. You go to NWA when you pissed off. Like I usually go to America's Most Wanted when I'm in that just like ultra state right there. I used to listen to that all the time going to work for the bad guys. I put that America's Most Wanted on regularly. Woo.
That's a good question. Who do I listen to when I'm angry? I don't know.
You don't get angry. When do you get angry?
I get angry.
You're like Jim on The Office. You don't get this reference, but there's an episode in The Office where Jim, or they're having a discussion about Jim getting mad, and it's like, oh, I yelled when we found the car. Like, no, you exclaimed. I've heard you exclaim. Never heard you yell. You exclaim. Like, you don't get mad. Like,
I'm trying to think. I mean, I get
that's
mad.
why we work
Yeah,
together. I gotta fly off the handle, and you just chill.
Kenny will get mad, but he does like, oh, like he make the faces like, oh God, this guy. That's what he does. That's how he gets.
I don't even know if I've seen that. I've seen you like sports mad, like cut the music
Yeah,
mad.
I get sports mad. I probably get more sports mad than I do real mad.
I mean, the only like moment we've ever had was the infamous meeting where Kenny caused company changes just by saying just after 2 years, Kenny was like, look, let me tell y'all something. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of stuff changed. That was the only time I've ever seen you go up a notch.
We don't see Kenny get mad because the company bends over backwards to make sure he's happy.
That's a good
I
point.
don't even know what he's talking about.
That's
right
a
now.
great point.
I really have no idea what he's talking about. It's not true.
Literally
It's not true.
everything got done the day the day Kenny had
Not
that
true
meeting.
at all. The kids I coach, they probably would say differently. But they're 9. They think I'm being mad. I'm not mad. I'm just being forceful.
Ooh, Coach was mad.
No, they don't say it. Yesterday I got mad because they were dribbling the ball while Coach Derek was talking. I just came into the gym a minute and a half before. I didn't want to come in yelling, but they made me.
That's how I feel all of the time.
Don't dribble
I
the
don't
ball.
want to yell, but y'all make me.
Poor
That's how I
Mia. You
feel.
done ran me out of here.
Kenny comes in talking about I found the culprit. Like what?
And you should see how I got her in here too. I was just like, oh no, yeah, Damien wants to say what's up. Pull up.
See,
And then I came in and I was like,
you know that
she is.
the girl, she said, for those on the radio who didn't see, she said, like, I'm afraid of Damien. No, she legitimately is.
Yes.
Despite the fact we've traveled together, we've hung out together, we've talked together, she's like, I still don't think you like me.
Poor Mia. Sorry, Mia. I said
Oh, Mia's fine.
Kenny brought Mia and he had her on the shoulders, and Damien gave her the thumbs up, thumbs down.
Wrestling references always win. They absolutely always win.
Oh man. Kyle does say something in here in the chat. Says I'm emotional. I'm about to cry. I think I'm more of a I'm probably more emotional than I am like angry. I'll get emotional.
Man.
I almost cried at this wedding again.
Well, nothing wrong with crying at weddings.
It was beautiful, man.
I cried at Kyle's wedding. I was doing the ceremony too.
Yeah,
I was
you
like,
gotta,
God damn it.
keep it together during this. If you're you're ordained.
Yeah, I was the minister, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh goodness. Where's
Weddings
my
are beautiful though, man.
Where's my
Really are.
clip? Oh, it's right here.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
Didn't my guy fumble on the one? Was that him?
Was that him?
Yeah.
On Sunday?
Yeah. And all I could think of was that damn speech he gave about, look at our record. But our record, and every time I get mad, it makes me mad.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry. What did he say? This ain't who we are?
This ain't who we are. Like, nah, it is. Brother, that is who you are.
Damn.
Oh, that's
Poor
so sad.
Lions. Sorry, Coach Chris. I didn't. That was Damien. I didn't do that, Coach Chris.
Oh yeah, sorry, Coach Chris. I know you.
Who else? Somebody else I know is a
but
Lions
come
fan.
on, man.
Our guy Will's a Lions fan. Williams a Lions fan.
Who?
With the Utah Jazz Williams. Don't do this at the Kings games.
William at the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's a Lions fan.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's too bad, Will.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
at least he got the Jazz right so far.
Yeah, he's 3-0. He pulled us aside. We ain't been in the Golden One Center for 30 seconds before William pulls us aside and tells us how good the Utah Jazz are going to be. Will can't wait to see us on Thursday night. He can't wait for us to get there.
We laughed him out of the building too when he said that.
We sure did.
Look at him, 3-0.
And he got in the DMs and made sure we know. Oh man. Ramsey said, if you're a puppy, then stay on the porch. Oh man.
That's what Jamal said.
Yeah. Oh, there's
Jamal. Hey, but look, to his credit, Jamal's actually, I think he's playing pretty well this year. I remember him scoring touchdowns, and I think he's been all right.
He fumbled walking into the end zone.
What you mean? I didn't see it. You didn't get hit?
Well, no, of course he got hit. Okay. Like, no, he didn't drop it. No, he got hit. He was trying to go through the line. It's not like, I mean, my guy, dude was trying to make a play. But come on, you know, when this speech lives out there, I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry. That's tough. Like, that's tough.
Did you speaking of football, real quick, did you see that clip I retweeted on my Twitter of Vic? Remember when they opened the season in Washington? And I didn't even realize like what exactly happened. But the tweet goes, Michael Vick really launched this from the 4-yard line to the other 34-yard line, and he really did. That's one of those random plays I'll never forget. Because was that the year they got Vic? Was that his first game with the Eagles? No, I think they just got Chip Kelly. That's what
that was. That was the Chip Kelly versus Andy, Washington.
I feel like I saw Andy Reid on the sidelines of this clip. I don't know, but it started the season, and Monday Night Football, that was a hell of a moment.
Monday Night Football, I feel like was it football team? Yeah, that was Chip. That was the Chip Kelly debut. What was that? RG3?
It might have. I'm pretty sure it was.
I feel like that was it because I remember the first half was insane, and everyone was, oh, the Chip Kelly era in the NFL has begun.
Yeah.
And then the second half was like it was just trash. Like literally every Chip Kelly football game after that first half was garbage.
Yeah. Chip Kelly.
Well, until now,
a loss. Yeah.
Until now, Chip Kelly has regained his ability to coach and recruit.
Let me see this because it's gonna bug me. It's looking.
Well, while you're looking at that, I said the home opener was November 18th. It's actually November 7th against UCLA. My mistake.
Can't wait for that one.
Yeah, we're gonna be there. But I don't know what Kenny's.
That's Chip. That's Chip. It looked like Andy, but it was Chip. Now, and look, the only reason I thought that is because the way it looked like he had a mustache like Andy. But I looked at it.
That's probably a guy in the stands. I'm getting text messages from other people within the Kings. William has told everybody about the Utah Jazz.
Hey, man, this is his time right now, man.
Live.
Because he said it. And that you want to talk about hot takes.
Oh,
that was a hot take. He's like, yo, Utah gonna be all right.
We laughed at him and then walked downstairs. Legit just laughed at my man and walked downstairs. We got time. Let's go to Mitch. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Mitch?
Oh, how's it going, guys? I was just maintaining while I was on hold there in the back room, in the back of my truck here. Let me pull over, brother. How you doing,
okay. Sorry to bother you, Mitch. We're really sorry to bother you.
No, I'm joking. When you say you guys like the opposite, kind of remind me of that movie. Ebony and Ivory and White Man Can't Jump. When Wesley Nelson said to Woody Harrelson, Ebony, Ivory, do you remember that? I know it's before your time. I'm sorry. 49ers, they're really loading up on the offense. You gotta like it. But Pat Mahomes, how does he not have like 3 or 4 Super Bowls under his belt? And one more thing, Casey, I know you're a very calm, relaxing person. I don't mean to get you mad. I hope I don't. I read somewhere the Dodgers are going to go after Aaron Judge and move Mookie to second. How do you like that in your pipe, brother?
They'll lose anyway, Mitch.
How do you?
It don't matter. They're gonna
you,
lose.
How do you like that in your pipe?
Hey yo.
He said,
"Hey yo."
How do you like that in your pipe? He said. He said.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
He said White Men Can't Jump was before our time. It came out in 1992.
Warren said Willie Nelson was doing. I thought he said Leslie Nelson and White Man Can't Jump. That's what just threw me off on the whole thing.
That might be a Hall of Fame Mitch call right there.
I'm telling you, Mitch is like unanimous first ballot, 100% votes. He's in Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's a Hall of Fame performance from Mitch right there. I'm gonna need you to chapter that on YouTube just so I can go back and hear all of that again.
My man, Mitch. Big up, Storm.
I need a break after that, so we'll come back. We got power rankings on the way, and we'll talk. We've talked about the bad with the Kings so far this season. Let's talk about some of the good. We'll talk about the best things we've seen. We'll talk about the worst things we've seen. We mentioned the power rankings. Akash Anavarathan coming up in about 45 minutes to talk 49ers. Jason Jones, final hour of the show. Plenty more ahead here as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, this is going to be hell trying to get this done without a mouse.
Didn't you guys have those at the house?
What's that? No, don't put that in the air. We had one. Never again. If I got anything to do with it. Matter of fact, I got to get this garage cleaned up as it is because it's getting cold outside. That's where they look for warmth. Don't be looking over here. Don't be looking over here.
Oh, man. My last handful of wasabi almonds, they're all gone.
Damn.
Oh, that's a good look. Zen Master, I was wondering when GP2 was going to be ready.
Nice.
Keegan wearing first team black jerseys today. Okay. We got you, Kyle. We'll get you on the air. Good stuff, Fred. I'm glad your confidence hasn't wavered. I'm still big on the team, too. Ooh, Rob got a Peloton. Okay, Rob. You and Kenny can race.
Yeah, it probably would be.
What?
If they would have won the Blazers game.
I think we got some. What happened? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
No. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that. Oh, jeez. What are we even talking about?
Oh, Lord. No, I cannot wait for Kenny to send this text. Yeah, man, what are you doing? Don't make that text come through on the air. Where are the air horns?
I don't even know what we're talking about. No, I didn't get nothing.
You didn't. Hold up. Hold up. You didn't see the thread we sent you?
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh. You need to stop what you're doing
Hold on.
and scroll back in the group text.
Oh, okay. I see where it's at. I didn't see this.
You need to read the entire thread.
Should I wait till the break?
I don't, man, it's really good. It's almost worth you doing right now. So as you do that, I want to shout out our man Kyle, one of the day ones here, celebrating his birthday. And if I knew where the hell hey, there they are. My man just wants some air horns. Kyle, happy birthday, my guy. We appreciate you so much, man. Thanks for rocking with D'Lo and Casey the way you do. Thanks for rocking with ESPN 1320 the way that you do. Man.
Straight up. That's my guy too. Niner gang. You know what it is. Big ups.
You know what I can't. You know what's so stupid about this industry is we talked about we try to take a level-headed approach to things, and we'll be right about some things, we'll be wrong about some things. It doesn't really matter what we've always said. Our facts can't be wrong. Yeah. Like our facts have to be accurate, but we're assessing a situation about the Kings, and we believe our assessment is right. Our predictions before the season are I still think are very much in line. Like I'm still very comfortable with them. There are people within this industry who live to just tell you they were right about something, or that you were wrong about something, or that you're stupid. And I'm so much smarter than you are because this is what I do for a living. Why are people like that, man? That's why nobody listens to your stupid ass shows, because you do. Not that I'm speaking about anybody specifically, but that's why stuff like this, that's why you're in the shape that you're in, because you do stupid things like that.
And look, especially in the world of sports, right? Because if we knew everything, we'd be rich.
Very.
You know what I'm saying? Like we'd be in Vegas and hitting on every sports bet that we do. Like Coach Morris said it. You think you know, but you really don't know. And you never will. We get some right, get some wrong. I guess it's all we doing is giving our opinions as we see it. That's all it is. That's all it is, man. It ain't that deep.
Shout out to James Ham, who knows what we do here on the show, and he just texted, hey guys, the second Mike Brown video I posted on Twitter, He cusses twice. Just a heads up. Oh, James is a real one. James is a real one for that one because we would have fired the dump. Because I had just, look, no lie for those watching. I got the videos pulled up. I got the videos.
Hey, somebody
pulled up.
screenshot that Mike Brown.
Oh, that's a good one.
Screenshot it and send it to me. Dr. David, screenshot it and send it to me.
That's the new Kings lose face right there. Oh, that is amazing. That is amazing.
Oh man, that's some good stuff.
I believe. Boy, it looks like he's about to say the S word in that video. Let me make sure. Okay, he said the second one, and there are two. So this is the first Mike Brown video. I think this one is clean. If you want to check in with Mike Brown at practice.
Okay. Which one does he mean by first? Like
he said
first
the
one that
second
comes
one.
up on your timeline, or the second one he posted? Because if it's the second one he posted,
the second Mike Brown video I posted on Twitter.
Okay.
So this is the first one.
Just
it doesn't matter. There's a button to fix this, and so we'll all find out together.
Some people said I needed the button. I missed it. Somebody thought I just pulled a Booker T. Oh no.
No, you didn't. You're fine. You didn't pull the Booker T.
But was it close? Because none of those words were in my mind, so I don't know.
If you pulled a Booker T, that would be the happiest day of my life.
He didn't, FCC. He didn't pull a Booker T.
I gotta send you guys another one. You heard the Shannon Sharp joint?
Shannon Sharp? No.
Yeah, we'll talk about that on the break.
He said it on TV? The Booker T?
No, something like it.
Who said who dropped that word on? Was it Stephen A?
Yeah, Stephen A.
Stephen A did it.
He said, "This is crazy."
Yeah. Okay. All right. Here's my.
To play more than what you thought, because you expected to get more shots. When those things creep in, are you still all in what our game plan is as a team? You know what your role is. Are you still all in and embracing your role, or are you just going to accept it where you got 1 foot in and 1 foot out because things are going bad now, or we hit a little adversity, you're going to creep over here. So you can say, well, I ain't playing, so I ain't part, That's why that's up there. This year is about us being all in. It's a big year for us. It's a transition year going from here to trying to get to here. And it ain't going to happen just because we feel like we got some talent or because we feel like we worked hard during the preseason. It's got to be a constant thing that we do every day when we come to the gym. And even when you're not in the gym, you got to take care of your body. You got to get your sleep and you got to eat right and all those other things. So all in just means that, hey, we because I told you guys, if you don't want to sign it, you don't have to. You don't have to. When you value something, and when you value your house, you value your car. When you got those things, what do you have to do? Sign a contract. Now, if you don't value this, because there are a lot of things that you don't value that you didn't sign a contract with, then don't sign it. And I would not take it personally. And that gives you the right to kind of be in and out when you want to. But everybody sign it. So whether the times are good or the times are bad, we have to all be in, all be on the same page, and all try to create this winning culture together at all times.
Like two things, if I can.
Yeah. All right,
He's been facts. He's been absolute facts in that whole clip, and that's the thing that I know. That's the thing.
That's such a great screen grab right there.
That's a hell of a screen grab right there. But that's the thing that I kind of alluded to yesterday. I think I'm pretty sure I was talking about it, but just making sure that you don't lose sight of the goals and where you're at, because you're 0-3. Like nothing changes. Yeah. People hate to use this because so cliche now, but seriously, you got to trust the process. You got to trust it. You may not always see it, or it may have some discouraging moments along the way, but you got to trust the work, Davion. trust the work that you put in,
Yeah.
and trust the process of turning this thing over. And just because, you start off on an 0-3 start, like I was saying yesterday, they've done some good things in these 3 games. In each 3 of these games, they haven't played like scrubs or disappointing, in my opinion. There's been moments where you want to clean some things up, but they're not that far away. And what coach was just talking about is just stay with it, man. Don't get discouraged. Don't get frustrated. Don't say, "Oh, this isn't working. I'm gonna go and do what I think is right or whatever." Man, stay with it with the team. And I'm really confident that if they do that, they'll be able to turn this around easily. But they gotta all stay in it.
There's a couple of things. By the way, shout out again to 1320 Kings Insider James Ham, not only for that video, but for alerting us to the other Mike Brown video that we cannot play. Also, I think for those who are watching the show, I think his mom is going to have something to say about him chewing gum during these interviews.
Oh yeah,
he was because he was
Mama
going to
Brown
town on
don't
that
like
gum.
that.
Yeah. Mama, yeah, indeed. So he's going to hear from his mother again. I love the line about signing the poster, signing your name to something, putting and I love that there was a time in a previous part of my life where I used to train people, and I rarely, almost never charged people to train them because I was all about health, and they were always friends, and I wanted people to, be healthy and genuinely believe their interest was to get better. But what I found is that when you don't have an investment in something, you're more comfortable falling away from it. You're more comfortable not following my advice. You're more comfortable not listening and doing the things that you're supposed to do. And that clicked for me one day in Connecticut where I was like, yo, I got an idea. You want me to train you? All right, cool. I didn't tell them out the gate. I was like, I'll train you. Sure. It's $400. You're going to have to make that investment.
Yeah.
And if you want to train, like, you're going to be committed because you're putting this money into it.
Right.
And they paid me. It's like, okay, cool. And when they were done, I gave the money back. It was like, it was never about money. It was about you putting more effort into something you felt like you had an investment in. If you felt like you didn't have an investment in it, you're willing to fall back. That's the first thing that came to my mind when he was talking about putting your signature on something. You put your signature on for your house, your car, your job, your contract, all of that locks you in.
Yeah.
Well, I'm locking you into busting your ass every day.
That's what's up, man. That's a great analogy, a great point by you. And a lot of the times we talk about, or I talk, you talk about it too, but I'm big on, like, man, you're just personal pride, and just having personal pride in what you do. And I understand that's easier said than done. I say these things, and I know a lot of motivational teachers and coaches, they say these things, and we don't do that in every walk of life. We know it's I think a lot of people know what to do. Actually doing it is kind of the hard part, and I think that's something that, like I always say, these group of guys, they've got to have that in them and stay committed to it.
Yeah.
You talk about the signature and the investment or all this other stuff, then that you're 100% correct. Man, I kind of wish, and I hope that these guys just have it. Just, hey, man, I'm on this team. I want to be able to sleep at night. I want those guys that can't sleep at night because they're so upset with their performance or the team's performance or anything like that. So, a lot of good stuff there from Mike Brown, like what he's talking about.
What the hell is going on? James just tweeted the Sacramento Kings assigned Chime Moneke to the Stockton Kings. What the hell is happening?
Wait, Sunday? Is this?
He just tweeted this.
What are they doing?
I don't know. I don't know. But we didn't get any warning about anything wrong with the Chimezi Metsu video.
So yeah, and I asked, I was like, "What's up with this?" Because James tweets it out and he says, the tweet says Chimezi Metsu presented without comment. I don't know what he says.
Well, let's all find out together.
Pretty good. Good practice up and off there.
What's it just the mentality of the team?
Go out and try to get a win next game.
What do you take away from these first 3 games that you feel is the most positive that you can apply going forward?
I mean, I think every game we've gotten a little better, a little more comfortable. We just got to put it all together next game and try to go out and get a win. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough game, but I think we have what it takes to get the first win.
We've seen you kind of play 3 to 5. It looks like Mike's using you a decent bit at the 5. Are you most comfortable in any of those positions?
I just want to be out there. I don't really care.
And is it challenging at times to stay in it mentally when you're not playing and then you get called on?
No, not really. I mean, it's my 5th year having to do this. So whenever they need me, I'll be there.
Mike talked about your ability.
I wish it was louder.
When he put you on the court, that you could switch 5 positions. Do you feel that that's one of the advantages, is that you can defend multiple positions?
Yeah. I feel like I bring a lot to the table. I mean, obviously, it's up to him to decide whether he wants to use me or not in whatever game. Like I said, when my name is called, I'll be ready.
Okay.
So
we're going to get James a microphone. That's the moral of this story. A multi-directional microphone in which we could not hear everything that's going on behind that.
So the interesting thing about this is, like, listening to it, it didn't feel like he said anything that was bad or anything. I don't think that. But sorry for the people on the radio. Everybody who sees this visual is saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, his body language looks terrible. He looks discouraged.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know, man. I feel like that's kind of who he is. Like, I don't think it's indicative of anything that's going on with this team or this locker room or him personally. I just kind of feel like that's who he is, but I don't know. I'm literally the only one that feels that way. Everybody's looking at this and like, this is bad body language, this is bad looking vibes.
Yeah, it does. It's one of those things where the visual is a little bit different than the audio. For those who could actually hear what he was saying above the basketballs and the screaming. Yeah, I'm not going to read too much into that. Like, he hasn't been playing a tough. He was actually a part of that. He was a part of the run, right, on Sunday. They got the Kings back in it. Yeah. I don't know what his minute totals have been so far this season. I could take a quick peek right here. Chime Moneke did not play in the first game, and that's right, he played 30 seconds in the second one, and then 10 minutes on Sunday. That's tough. I mean, if there is anything to read into his body language, like, that's tough.
Yeah.
But I don't want this to, like, that's kind of who you are as a player, though, bro. Like, and this is see, there's no need to read too much into that, but I think it's fair to, like, this is where the Sacramento Kings concern comes in, because Chime Moneke, if he's frustrated about something, you ain't frustrated on the Bucks. Like, you ain't doing that publicly on the Bucks or the Heat, or what we expect the Heat to be, at least, or a top tier team in the league, the Boston Celtics. But it's that thing where players feel like they can get away with that in Sacramento.
Right. Again,
Not saying Freeport is, not saying Chime Moneke is, just kind of putting the pieces of the puzzle together from what we just watched. It feels like that's something that just plagues this city, where guys can come in here and be frustrated about their role.
Yeah.
And all right, Brody, your role would be different elsewhere.
And here's the other thing, and I want to reiterate, like you talk about, I don't think anybody is I don't want to assume what his disposition was about in that clip, because we don't know. From what I could tell, he didn't speak on it. So we don't know. Like I said, I feel like that's just kind of Chimezi's vibe anyway. He's just kind of low key in that respect. But for the sake of argument, because we have a radio show and we talk and we discuss things and things of that nature. If he does have a problem, like that's what we can't be dealing with.
Yeah.
We can't be dealing with that. I need player 1 or roster spot 1 all the way down to Moneke. Like locked in, like, hey, we're here, we're doing this. There's nothing to pout about. Like, yeah, we don't like to lose, but like let's keep the vibes going. Let's keep the energy going. Let's keep the symmetry that we had during this training camp going. We can't fall off the wagon like Mike Brown was just talking about. We can't fall off what we've been trying to do over three games.
Yeah. There may be more to that video. We cut it off just because it is incredibly loud in the background. That was a near 4-minute video that James posted. So I don't know what else is on there. With something we can take a listen to during the commercial break. There was for it to go 4 minutes, we only played 70 seconds of it, and I think the guys who were there asked like 40 questions. Those were short, quick answers from Chime Moneke.
And it just caught my eye. You guys can check out James Ham's Twitter if you want to hear it all. But it just caught my eye because it was like James just simply said presented without comment. So that's what made me think like, well, what
stirring it up?
What did he say? And then somebody commented under it and it was like, oh, body language is not looking good. And I was like, what's he talking about?
I mean, and that's fair. His body language was a little bit rocky. We kept the still shot up for a while. There's a third Mike Brown video talking about Harrison Barnes. No word if there's any profanity in this video or any really loud basketballs dribbling behind them. But here's Mike Brown talking about Harrison.
Mike, a lot of us have been around here for a long time. We've watched a lot of these players come through, but Harrison Barnes, we've seen 3.5 years of Harrison Barnes. He does not look like the same player that we've seen in the first 3 games, but also the preseason. Is there anything going on there that you can kind of talk to us about or figure out with him? Because he looks like a different player.
Well, so the first thing is obviously I think Thomas might have had 14 rebounds in the last game. But if you take the first 2 games, HB was leading us at the small forward spot in rebounds.
Yeah.
He's leading team in rebounds. And so there are some things that he's doing that aren't sexy, or that may not show up in the stat sheet. And everybody's looking at his 3-point shooting and scoring and all that other stuff, when there are other things out there that he is doing to give him an opportunity to continue to stay on the floor for long stretches at a time. So, a guy like HB, I'm starting him, I'm bringing him out quick, I'm putting him back in, and most times I'm putting him back in, but sometimes I'm not putting him back in, in a half. And that's probably a little different than what he's had in the past. He's as a veteran guy that has been able to score in this league. He's had an opportunity to play a long stretch initially, and that long stretch usually allows a guy like that to get rhythm. On top of that, we've thrown a completely new offense, as you guys probably have known already, especially going through the little mini camp over there. We've thrown a new offense that's a read and react offense, and so he's not always getting the ball in his sweet spots too to get an easy look, because if you get an easy look early, usually that starts a snowball effect or it gets the dominoes to fall. So there are some things that over time, when he gets used to what we're doing out on the floor, not only that, we get used to what we're doing on the floor as a coaching staff, we can put him in a spot or two to possibly get him an easy bucket early to start those dominoes to fall.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
Everything he said is spot on. Like it makes sense.
In theory, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm gonna trust Mike Brown a lot more than I'm gonna trust myself. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, in theory, it makes sense, and I hope he's right, because it explains a lot. And I do think there's probably some learning curve, complications, whatever, to figuring out an offense that just you don't have a lot of time. Like you can't lean on that too long.
Right.
It's fine now, and I believe there's some validity to it now. I just don't feel like you can lean on that very long.
Hey, he's stalling him out like he should.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like Harrison Barnes has earned in his career. So that's what Mike Brown is doing. He's giving him a bit of a pass, and and not burying him in the media. Mike Brown is doing exactly what he should be doing,
especially at this stage of the season.
Absolutely. But he's it's not one of those things where, at least to me, the way I watch the game, it's not one of those things where, man, he's doing so many things that you don't see in the box score, and he's not the sexy stats, but he's playing really, really well. Like, he's not playing well so far this season. Like, he's just not playing well.
Yeah.
He is ineffective and invisible right now. And I'm hoping that can change. He has the skill set to change that.
Mhm.
But in my opinion, he's not playing well right now. And to be honest, I can say that because I truly believe if we asked Harrison Barnes, he'd say the same thing. In a setting, maybe not publicly at the media, but
Right.
he'd be disappointed with his play. And that's not a knock on him. That doesn't
I
mean
think
he
Harrison would
stinks.
say that publicly too, though.
Yeah.
I think he knows he's not playing well.
Yeah, I think Harrison is somebody that expects more out of himself, and he, for whatever reason, hasn't produced it. And I think that's what's going on with him. Hopefully, he's able to turn around. Hopefully, for his sake and for this team's sake, he's able to turn it around.
Jill says, and I trust Jill on all things, she says the Kings designated Chime Moneke to Stockton for no other reason than for him to go get another practice. Bobby Jackson's practicing twice today. He can go to Natomas, get a second practice in, and then go back home.
Did they wait?
They can designate him to Stockton, and he can go practice with Bobby Jackson tonight.
Metu?
No.
You
Chime Moneke.
Oh, okay.
No,
You
Chime
said
Moneke.
Chimezi.
No, I'm sorry. Chime Moneke.
That's why I was like, that's why he looked like that.
No,
That
I'm sorry.
explains it.
No, Chime Moneke.
Oh, okay.
Chime Moneke. So he's going in to get another practice.
Like, if he would have just showed up in practice and was still on the, would anybody say anything?
I don't know. Like, maybe there's an
transaction.
NBA, maybe there's a G League monitor.
Maybe so. Now, if he would have got hurt, there would have been some questions probably, and they would have been in trouble. But
that would have been tough to get around. We'll come back. I do want to talk about some things that the Kings have been doing well. We'll talk about the 49ers as well. We got power rankings coming up.
Yeah, man.
We got power rankings on the way. Akash Anavarathan coming up. We'll talk some football when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right, I'll be right back.
Oh boy. I'll go a quick little 13th round. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Because there's more to talk about. Let me get the timing ready. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to the people over at Meister Watches. You know what the vibes are. Shout out Ryan. Shout out to my man Jovan. Shout out to my people, my man Brett Barris, Self-Made, Official Bel Air, Bamboo, McQueen, the whole team over there. Shout out to them. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand as well, who always show love and support. Shout out to the dope ones doing what they do. Yesterday, I talked about Terrence Crawford, and I talked about Errol Spence, and I talked about the fact that this fight isn't going to happen next. And I don't think it's going to happen at all, or I'm starting to believe that, simply because I stated it yesterday, and I'm not afraid to say it again. I don't think Terrence Crawford wants to fight Errol Spence. Now, a lot of people have been questioning that and saying, what you mean? I'll tell you straight up, I don't know why this is. I don't know why Terrence Crawford doesn't want to fight him, because he has a great chance of beating him. I would favor Errol Spence in the fight, but it's a 50-50 fight. But Crawford has all the talent in the world to be able to beat Errol Spence. That's not the case. So he knows he can beat him. I would think he has the talent to beat him. So I don't know why that's the case. But I mentioned it a couple of times before. If you do your homework with this whole negotiation and where things were, Terrence Crawford has said a number of different things. He said, I wouldn't take the fight if it was 50-50. He said, I don't need to fight Errol Spence. I'm a Hall of Famer already. He said that they weren't showing the books. Then he said he agreed to everything. His stories and everything he said has been all over the place. Errol Spence has said the same thing since day one. I'm going to clean up my side of the street. And once I do that, we can get it on. It's real simple. It's real simple. And the fact that people say that possibly Al is behind this, I don't believe that. Al and them, they got Wilder and Fury done with Top Rank on 2 different occasions. They got a fight with Fury done when Fury didn't have a promoter or a promotional company. So Terrence Crawford, for whatever reason, doesn't want this smoke. That's the 13th round. What? Well, first of all, it's only Tuesday. Second of all, it's not the biggest fight in boxing, but Jake Paul is a star. He is a star. Yeah, he's the jig is almost up. Like he's gonna have to start fighting people and like real boxers. And I don't even know if he's gonna beat Silva. Paranormal activity. I didn't know it. I promise. Paranormal activity. No. It's straight up, man. That's crazy. Paranormal activity going on in the Odyssey Studios. Yeah. I mean, that's not even funny, but it's hilarious. Dr. David, bro, check the sources, man. Check the sources. Let me ask you this, Dr. David. When has anybody ever said that about Al Heyman? Name a time where boxers will say Al Heyman ain't paying me. And all of a sudden he's going to do it in the biggest fight of the year? Check the sources. I'm telling you, man. And Coppinger is the one that's saying all this stuff. And where is Coppinger getting all this from? Flaky ass Bud Crawford. Check. All I'm going to say is, Dr. David, answer me that question. When have you ever heard this type of money talk from Al where people aren't getting paid? Come on, man.
Live on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Our man Akash Anavarathan going to join us, talk some Niners football here in just a couple of minutes. Jason Jones, the professor, Jason Jones of The Athletic, going to join us coming up about an hour from now.
And let me say, I'm attacking the source and not the message because the source is not telling the truth. It's not telling the truth. Talking to Dr. David. That's the whole point. It's not the truth. You can write anything. It's not the truth.
What am I going to do with that?
Check out the 13th round. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay. All right. Well, if you want to know whatever the hell Kenny was just referring to, you got to watch the 13th round, available exclusively on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Over under 13 and a half minutes last night.
Over under 13 and a half minutes.
How much of that game did you watch?
Oh, none of it. I was working. I had practice. I saw what happened. I saw what was going on. But look, let's be perfectly clear. If I was home with nothing to do, I probably still wouldn't have watched it. There was basketball's back. Okay, I'm not watching the Bears and the Patriots.
I tried. I tried because I like Justin Fields. I couldn't do it. I can't watch the Chicago Bears. I can't watch the Patriots, to be honest with you. I couldn't watch that.
No, that's a bad football game.
I even tried the Manning bit. I was like, that'll make. I'll do this. Even like Peyton was boring. Like he was like, hey, what do you do here? I don't run a little flat, fade out, get 4 yards. Okay. And then they promoted Vince Vaughn, and I was like, all right, that's cool. Like that's not my bag. I'm leaving, and I was done. So I was well under 13 and a half minutes. I didn't.
Yeah, no, I wasn't interested in that game. It seemed like there was some drama though.
In what sense?
In the game, Mac Jones got benched.
Oh, was that a benching?
That's what that's what I've read it as.
So,
that's what I saw it. He got benched, and then Zappy came in, had a spark, and then apparently the Bears just beat the crap out of him after that.
Yeah. What's the line? Spark when you started, but now you're
just garbage. I didn't say that.
Like, okay, he didn't play that much better. It's fair that both New England quarterbacks might not be very good. Like it's not a requirement that they have a good quarterback. They both might not be very good. Like I don't think Bailey went in there and did anything of note. But again, I turned the game off. I came back. It was over by the time I came back. I stuck around for a few minutes. I watched a little bit of the Grizzlies last night. Oh, speaking of, yeah. Before we get to power rankings, let's do this.
Is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Whether you're looking at solar panels, whether you're looking at getting that old roof replaced, ACR Solar can take care of you. Again, ACR Solar and Roofing. Set your appointment. 916-481-7200. Going to say all sorts of nice things about Ja Morant and Desmond Bane. They combined for 76 points last night on 16 of 43 shooting and 12 of 17 from three. Wow. The Grizzlies head into Sacramento 3-1 after beating the Brooklyn Nets last night, 134 to 124. That's what I was watching yesterday.
Yeah, I mean that's what I would have been watching if I was home. Would have been watching football. Basketball's back, baby.
Yeah, it's back. That's Ja's having a special start to the season, but Desmond Bane. That was hey, good job, fellas. Y'all, yeah. It's a good basketball team right there. That's a good I'm doing my Kenny Caraway reverse psychology stuff. It's a good basketball team right there. With the Memphis Grizzlies.
Those boys is tough.
Yeah, man.
The Grizzlies are tough, man. Look like they might do it again. Ja is scoring at an insane rate. It's like he's getting buckets. It's crazy.
Is he the league's?
Ja one of them dudes that his numbers match up with the win totals.
Yeah. I mean, he's not scoring as many as De'Aaron, so like that's cool. Or has that changed? Has that changed?
I think he's above De'Aaron. He's got to be.
Where'd it go? Yeah, it changed now.
It changed now, though?
It changed, I think, after the De'Aaron on Sunday. I think it changed after Sunday. Ja's at 35.3. Luka's, God, I think I've seen like one Luka highlight all year.
They've only played 2 games, which is crazy.
Oh, then that's why.
They play tonight.
33. Who do they play tonight?
The Pelicans on TNT.
With no Zion?
No Zion, no Ingram.
Oh, that's right. Ingram's in concussion protocol.
Yeah.
33.5. Donovan's at 33. Steph, 33. Dame, 33. Dame had Sacramento, the Dame stoppers. Damn, De'Aaron was like second 2 games in. Now he's 10th at 30. There's 10 guys averaging 30-plus points per game. And De'Aaron is the 10th at 31.7. Right after that, your boy, Kyrie.
How many you got?
27.3 points per game.
What are they, like 1 and 2?
That sounds right. I was actually looking at their record earlier. I think that's what they are, 1 and 2.
Well, De'Aaron, do you think? Let me ask you a question. You think De'Aaron finishes top 10 in scoring this year?
That's exactly what I thought you were going to ask.
What is
top 10 in scoring? Let's look at this list right there. The top 10 right now: Ja, Luka, Donovan, Steph, Dame, Giannis, Tatum, Devin, KD, 32 points per game, and De'Aaron. So De'Aaron's at 31.7. Kyrie's at 27.3. He's 11th. That's where you have Kyrie, LeBron, DeMar, Harden, Embiid. Yeah. Trae Young's at 25.3. I don't know why my voice is attempting to leave as we talk about this, but it is.
So let me help you out.
What would the number be?
Well, look, that's what I'm saying. So last year, number 10 was Nikola Jokic at 27 a night. 27.1. That was number 10. So that's where I'm kind of looking at. I think these numbers obviously will go down a little bit.
Yeah.
And they'll settle in at number 10 being 27.1. I think he can. I think he can average.
I think he can.
I think he averaged 27 to
We've
28
talked about
points.
that now for 2 years, though. We talked about that going into last year of him averaging 27, 28 points per game.
Yeah.
Sure. If that's the marker, yeah, absolutely. I could see him doing it.
There's nobody, as I look at this from last season, man, there's nobody.
Who was one? Because it wasn't LeBron.
It was Joel.
Okay.
Is
LeBron on the list, or they just eliminate him because he didn't play enough
2.
games? Oh, he was number 2. Oh, he actually was number 2.
Yeah, 30.3. Joel averaged 30.6.
Oh, okay. I thought LeBron was 1. He just couldn't win.
Nah, yeah.
Okay.
30.3. There's only, well, there's 2 people on the top 20 last year who didn't make the playoffs, whose team didn't make the playoffs. One is Dame Lillard. I'll give you that one because Portland. Maybe they would have made it if he would have played, but even then they probably shouldn't count because he didn't play that many games.
So there's only one player in the top 20 scoring who didn't make the playoffs.
Can you guess who it is?
Man, is it?
And go ahead.
Brad?
No, he's 21.
Oh.
At 23.2 a game, which is the same average that De'Aaron Fox had last year, 23.2.
I don't know. I don't know. Who was it?
You got it right.
It was Shea? Oh, God.
SGA 16th with 24.5 points
okay.
a game.
Yeah, okay. De'Aaron can do that.
Yeah. But I bring that up to say, like, yo, top 10, top 20, if he's in there, you would expect them to be a playoff team. I mean, that's what we had last year. Like, all those guys that are putting up those kind of numbers, their teams are getting to the playoffs. So,
by the way, man, you know them CVS receipts, them mile long joints. Robert Saleh is just having the time of his life right now. He said he was keeping receipts on folks, and man, he got a receipt a mile long with everybody who was making fun of them because Bob Saleh and the Jets are on top of the world right now. That sounds like a 60s classic rock band.
Bob Saleh
and the Jets. Jesse's giving me the thumbs up. I have no idea why. Is Akash on the phone? Is that why? I just look over at Jesse, and Jesse's like Top Gun. He's like, thumbs up. Let's welcome in Akash Anavarathan of Niners Nation. Our man Akash. Always a pleasure to hear from you, Akash. Let's start with the new acquisition. Let's start from Christian McCaffrey. What did you see from him over the weekend?
What's up, fellas? Always good to be talking 49ers with you. I was impressed with Christian McCaffrey. He got a handful of snaps. They used him probably about as much as I thought they would, given, he only had a couple days to get up to speed on the offense. And, I think he had 5 or 6 touches, and all of them looked explosive. They had a couple runs go for 9, 10 yards. And I thought probably the best usage of him was on a second down play. He's lined up in the backfield. They motion him out to the slot, and they just throw a little screen to him, and he takes it for, I think, like 10 or 11 yards. And the 49ers have to find creative ways to get Christian McCaffrey the ball in the backfield without just handing it off to him. And I think screens are a great way. We saw Andy Reid gash the 49ers defense on Sunday using that. And I think that's another way for McCaffrey to get involved more in the pass game than necessarily like traditionally the run game. And so impressed and expect for him to be more involved this Sunday against the Rams and really be the starting kind of workhorse running back from this week out, moving forward.
Did you feel like as the game went along, they went away from him a little bit more? Because I just watched the game on TV, haven't studied it yet, like the game film, but felt like they were really using him a lot early in the first half, and then as the game went along, he wasn't as much of a factor. Do the numbers support that? Did you feel the same way with that?
Yep. Watching back, you could definitely sense that, midway through the third quarter, kind of onwards, he was used sparingly. You definitely saw Jeff Wilson in there heavily. The 49ers leaned on Kyle Juszczyk as kind of their third down back. And so when they fell behind and they were in more, passing situations, they trust Kyle Juszczyk to be kind of the only back in those situations to go along with 3 receivers or 2 tight ends. And so I expect McCaffrey to be used in that spot more, moving forward, especially because he's just so versatile and can bring, a pass catching element out of the backfield that they just don't have right now. But my guess was, just given the fact that it had only been a day or two since he had, come into the building, that he was just, not as familiar with the playbook. There was one play where I think Kyle Juszczyk and Jimmy Garoppolo kind of had to point out where to line him up, in the slot. So I'm sure he'll be ready to go this week, but I just assumed it was a lack of time and preparation thing.
Akash, are you down on Kyle Shanahan?
Absolutely. And, I think, on social media or Twitter, if you're just kind of critical of the head coach or, if you are just negative in general, they just assume that it means that you want him fired and replaced him. That's absolutely not the case. But at the same time, you look at the 49ers, especially in their losses, it's just poor execution. And it's not coming from one player. It's not coming from one position group. It just seems to be, a team that's just riddled with mistakes, whether it's penalties or drops or, poor throws or missed assignments. It's just, turnovers. It's just one thing after the other. And ultimately that comes back to coaching. And I know Bill Belichick used to say, you're either coaching it or you're allowing it to happen. And ultimately, and a lot of people criticize Kyle Shanahan's play calling. And ultimately, I think that isn't necessarily the issue. The crux of the issue just seems to be, they just look like a poorly coached team right now. They're not executing on all cylinders. They're committing a ton of penalties, turning the ball over, just things that poorly coached bad teams do. And it's just not something you're accustomed to seeing, especially with a roster that's, as talented as they are. And ultimately, I think that, points back to the coach. And I think they have the right caliber of guys and the right amount of talent to figure it out and correct it moving forward. But up until this point, especially the last few weeks, it's just has not been a very good coaching job from Shanahan.
And Akash, I hear that a lot, and I understand that thought and that train of thought. But some of the things that we talk about with the penalties and the drop passes and you had a whole thread about missed Jimmy passes. I mean, what is Kyle supposed to do, right? Like one of those holding calls was on Debo. You gonna bench Debo? You know what I'm saying? Like, no. Like, there's a lot of it, in my opinion, that those guys got to look in the mirror. Like he's calling plays, getting these guys open. Jimmy's got to hit him, and if he can't hit him, they don't have a shot anyway. So I understand the nature of why Kyle Shanahan should be under the heat, but once the play is called, it's almost out of his hands, and that's where the problem seems to be after the play is called.
Absolutely. And I agree. And a lot of people come back to play calling. And, if you go back and you watch the game the following day and you're like, man, some of these play calls, they're supposed to work. But, a missed block here or a drop here or, a missed throw from Jimmy Garoppolo or, the running back quite didn't hit the right hole. And it's just their offense fundamentally, because of who the quarterback is set up such that they need to hit like 6, 7, 8, 9 plays in a row to, methodically move down the field. It's not at least this season hasn't been an explosive offense that can just move down the field in like chunk plays, similar to Andy Reid and the Chiefs, who can just move the ball at will. The 49ers have to do it very methodically. And so when you have to consistently execute 8, 9, 10 play drives, the margin for error is just so slim. And unfortunately, in 49ers case, it feels like a negative play, like a sack or a penalty or a drop. It just feels crippling because it just throws off their rhythm, and all of a sudden they're behind the sticks, and then you got to rely on your quarterback to throw, that offensive line to pass protect, and then it just breaks down. It feels like when they veer off of that game flow, their offense seems to struggle. But when they stay ahead of the chains and they're just in rhythm, it seems like they can execute with the best of them. So just kind of a fundamental problem. And I'm interested to see how they kind of fix it, considering they're mid-season right now and under 500.
So, Akash, like with all of that said, the constant line on the San Francisco 49ers is this is an uber talented team with talent everywhere. Do they have enough talent to overcome all those deficiencies you've just laid out?
I think so, especially on the offensive side of the ball. There just has to be no excuses. I mean, all-pro left tackle, you've got an all-pro wide receiver in Deebo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk is probably having the best season on offense. I mean, just his route running ability is so much more improved from previous seasons to now, consistently getting open, and also showing, tremendous physicality in the run blocking aspect as well. And then you've got Juwan Jennings, who always seems to find himself open on third downs to make plays. Obviously, George Kittle. And honestly, the interior of that offensive line, which was a concern when we chatted before the season, has actually played, pretty well given the expectations. It's actually been the tackles that haven't played as well. And I think it's just a matter of putting it all together. They obviously added Christian McCaffrey. I think they've got the pieces in the room. It's just a matter of, really focusing, executing their P's and Q's and eliminating the mistakes. It's just week in and week out, it feels like they come up to the podium after a loss, and it's just, we got to clean up these mistakes. And honestly, they just have to find a way to do that. It's exactly that. If they can execute and just get out of their own way, it seems like their offense can move the ball at just about anybody.
Yeah, I agree. The other side of the ball was the big shocker to a lot of people, and what happened with that 49ers defense against the Chiefs. I mean, it felt like they had no shot at stopping them at any point in time. Do you think that's a little bit of a admiration? Like that's them going up against the Chiefs. There's one team like the Chiefs maybe in the entire league. Or is this defense kind of coming back down to earth after such an amazing start to the season?
A little bit of both. I think, if you simply want to look at it in a one-game vacuum, Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy, absolutely just took DeMeco Ryans to school on Sunday with their game plan. And they took advantage of the fact that the 49ers are so aggressive with their edge defenders. They know that, the 49ers pass rush likes to get up the field. And so what did the Chiefs do? They threw screens and jet sweeps and end arounds and basically gashed them to the edges, right? A lot of the plays were actually towards Nick Bosa's side. And, the 49ers got a bunch of players back from injury, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And a lot of us were encouraged, right? We thought, okay, they're getting healthy. It's just going to, they'll be able to flip a switch and play well. But maybe that's just not how it works. Nick Bosa just looked a step slow in that first half. Travarius Ward gave up the 57-yarder to MVS later in the game, which, again, just not accustomed to seeing. So how much was his, groin still limiting him or lack of practice time, right? I guess it's part of it that we didn't necessarily take into account when you see all these guys healthy on Friday and, ready to go. You just assume they're going to come back in and be 110%. But it just looked like they were a step too slow. I thought the linebackers the last 2 weeks have not been playing well. starts with Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw. It just felt like they were extremely aggressive and they were flying sideline to sideline. That just hasn't been the case the last 2 weeks. It feels like they've been, caught by all the eye candy in the backfield, out of position a little bit too much. Talanoa Hufanga, 8 missed tackles in the last 4 games. Just has to clean those up because they depend on him, in the run game to make a lot of plays. And when he misses tackles, then a 4-yard gain becomes 11-yard gain, and things quickly get out of hand. And I think they're missing Eric Armstead, Sacramento native. The last couple of weeks he's been out of the lineup. Their run defense, I think, has been giving up 110 yards a game when Armstead's not out there, compared to 65 when he is in the game. So they're missing his presence. Obviously, Javon Kinlaw. So that interior defensive line does give me some concern moving forward, but I expect them to clean it up against the Rams, an offense that they're familiar against, an offensive line that's not very good. So that pass rush should be able to take advantage against Matt Stafford. So I think they'll get back to, what they were in the first five games of the season, but there's certainly some cracks that, we'll hopefully clean up as they get healthier as the season goes on.
Execution is the key. The whole team is not executing right now.
You guys won't believe this, but the 49ers just announced they've released Tevin Coleman.
Oh,
it's just terrible.
Damn. You also won't believe this. Chiefs defensive end Frank Clark was suspended 2 games for violating NFL's personal conduct policy after he played the 49ers. That would never happen before a Niners game. It's always got to be after. So
it's got to be after. Akash, we appreciate your insight as always, my brother. Thanks for joining us.
Of course, guys. Appreciate you for having me.
Take care, Akash.
That's our man, Akash Anavarathan, Niners Nation. I'm still I keep looking at the screen like something's wrong when we have Akash on, because the studio setup is so different than the home setup. Like, yo, there's something off. Like, what's off? Like, no, Akash is there. Everybody can hear him.
It's all good.
It's just,
there's no adjustments needed, except for the fact that there's paranormal activity going on in Jesse's studio.
It's weird. Somebody really wants Jesse on camera today.
Dude, my thing keeps popping up. I moved the mic away from like my little box or whatever.
That's
It's
happened.
not on there, and it keeps popping up.
It's happened like 10 times. It's like Big Brother checking in on. Someone could be logged into the StreamYard account and is just goofing around with Jesse and adding him to the stream, trying to figure out what he's doing. You can watch the show on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. It'll be fun. Jason Jones is going to join us in about 30 minutes.
I just want to say, I still think the Niners are going to be all right. It's time to turn this thing around, but I think they'll be okay.
Are you okay? Got a question,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to ask it when we return. Here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that was happening a lot. Thankfully, it wasn't happening when Coach Patrick was on, but it was happening earlier. I was like, is Jesse going to say something? No, he's okay. Take it out. That's funny. That's funny. Let's see. Yeah, Eric Bieniemy. Yeah, Andy Reid. Yes, indeed. Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, the 49ers had a tough day. They had a tough day. That secondary was rough. Felt like mistakes started piling on top of each other. And this is a great point, Tim. Obviously outside of Trey and Trey, Emmanuel Mosley, and Elijah Mitchell too, which kind of made up for that. Armstead hopefully is back. Hopefully Trent Williams gets better. Nick Bosa gets better. The guys who have been banged up and missing, unspecified amounts of time, those guys getting better. So the only downside to that is you don't want to fall too far down. Ron talking about Raiders Nation. Yeah, man, Ron, you should be high right now because that schedule looks good for y'all, man. And you took care of business against Houston and the defense tighten up a little bit. I think it's super easy to see the Raiders back in the conversation, especially since that division. You could move up in the division. I don't think I think you're going to catch Kansas City, but I mean, who knows what's going to happen with the Chargers the rest of the way. The Broncos are terrible. CM Punk at the Royal Rumble. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Even if he is out and all appearances seem to point to him being gone. I don't imagine Triple H wants to bring him back. Like, what is, I keep thinking about what this looks like for like the companies, for like AEW, would WWE even be interested? What's this look like for fans though? Like, are fans like, all right, Punk, man, whatever. Like, you screwed up a good thing. Like, we don't even care about you. We don't even care anymore. You think so? I don't know. Bigger pop, rocker, CM, The Rock would. Come on, man. The Rock would. You think the Punk pop would be big? I guess it would. I don't know. It feels weird. Oh, right on, Tyler. I'm getting alerts all over the place that that merchandise is being delivered, man. So that's good stuff. I'm glad to hear that. Yes, CM Punk absolutely has to be a heel. Has to be. Hardy's versus Edge and Christian ladder match. The one at No Mercy, like the original one. That was, if that's the one you're talking about, that one was pretty amazing. It was when they like incorporated the ladder, but it wasn't like the crazy stunts. Like it wasn't the, jumping off the 20-foot ladder through a table or anything like that. Like, I don't know, man. It feels like Punk is a dude who can't be happy. Well, since it's a topic of conversation here on YouTube and Twitch, we'll bring it to the air. If you want to cop some of this brand new Corners of the Culture merchandise we've been wearing this week, head over to DLoandKC.com. I'm representing 3 Feet and Rising, the De La Soul joint. And if you haven't subscribed to the D-Lo and KC podcast, do that. We're going to drop this week's episode, knock on whatever this table is made of. My plan is to drop it early. It was so good. We had a 40-plus minute conversation with Jonathan Abrams, the author of The Come Up.
That was really good.
The oral history on hip hop, and it's an incredible conversation, and I think you're really going to enjoy this. And we're going to I'm going to drop that a day early since the Kings play Thursday. I wanted to get it out to you today, but I got a little sidetracked last night after the show, and then we recorded immediately after the show. So I'll get that together. I'll get it produced, and we'll get it put out to you. It'll be waiting for you when you wake up in the morning, man. I promise. And I think you're really going to enjoy this. We might even air some of it here on the show. It was a really good conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
You want to ask the question you asked on the podcast yesterday? Oh, maybe we save it.
Oh no, you think so?
It was a good question.
Save it for who? Just in general? Or?
After the podcast is released. You can ask it now if you want to. I feel like I'm just so curious people's responses.
So I'll ask the question. We won't say our answers until we'll leave that for the podcast. I just want to see what the chatty has.
Okay,
to say.
But here's the thing.
The people listening.
Here's the thing, though. This is the rule. You have to phrase the question exactly like you did yesterday. You can't add these caveats and these little but this or but that. You have to ask the question the same exact way you did yesterday.
Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm trying to remember it.
Okay,
but I think I asked specifically.
Yep.
Who's the biggest star in hip hop history?
That was the question. So we'll throw that. If you want to respond to that, because I came up with my answer literally within seconds.
Yeah.
and it became a discussion, and it's on the podcast.
And mind you, the biggest star in hip hop history is not, to me, may not be the same as the best rapper alive or best rapper ever or something like that. It's a different thing.
Biggest star. Which reminds me, I'm gonna need this D-Lo hates Tupac stuff. I'm gonna need this stuff to stop, because somebody somewhere is gonna take you goofball seriously one day. And I want y'all to know, when my time of watching basketball was over, I put on Poetic Justice for the first time in a long time last night. Oh man. I didn't make it through, obviously, because I went to bed. But man, God, that dude is that good. It just, the second you see him, man, he just grabs the screen. Like, he is a captivating personality.
He is.
And I forgot how ghetto Janet Jackson was in that movie.
And you know, I love Janet. The acting was a little bad. That was
bad.
She tried to go outside of her
realm.
realm.
It was so bad.
Yeah.
Yo, when she first meets Pac in the hair salon, and they have that exchange.
I don't know. They can kind of fly.
Oh God.
We can start with your number.
What's your name? And then it goes south after that. Like, yo, were we talking like that in the early 90s? Were those the things that were being said? Oh man.
I used to know. I'm thinking in my head, because I used to know like a lot of scenes from that movie, and I could recite it right now. But there's not one that I can recite right now.
Oh, if I were to turn the mics off, because I can't say the line that Janet said in the hair salon. If I were to turn the mics off and say them to you right now, you crack up, because it's such a cheesy line that she says.
And he goes, yeah.
Oh man, God bless John Singleton. God bless him. We promised to keep it off Corners of the Culture, so I guess we'll bring it to D-Lo and JC.
Let's go.
Kanye lost some money today.
A lot of money.
Adidas ended their partnership with Kanye West today. So now I don't know who's left. Balenciaga is out, the Gap is out, JP Chase is out, and now Adidas, who, according to the Forbes article I read today, Adidas dropping Kanye West knocks about 10% of their income out. For Kanye West, he lost, again, this is according to Forbes, roughly $1.1 billion by getting dropped by Adidas. They had projected his income to put his net worth in the vicinity of about $1.5 billion.
Wow.
And with the loss of the Adidas deal, Forbes estimates his net worth now to be in the range of $400 million.
Wow. Goodness gracious.
That is, I mean, he's not starving.
No.
That is extraordinary.
That is extraordinary.
Can I tell you another funny thing I did today?
What's that?
I walked around the studio. Something like hit me this morning. Oh my God. I hope that Kanye West picture is gone. In the studio. I think someone was like, hey, we should probably take this down. Yeah, it's gone. Or it's somewhere where I can't find it, but I'm pretty sure it's gone. So yeah, Adidas dropped Kanye. That was kind of the one everyone was waiting for. And Adidas is going to take a major hit with it, but they knew they had to do something.
Here's the interesting thing about that. I believe them when they say they're going to take a hit. All of a sudden, they're going to take a hit, but take with this what you want. I don't know how some people may take it or whatever, but the statement letting everybody know, oh, we own Yeezy designs, the shoes and all that. So if we want and when we want to put them back out, we have all the rights in the world to do so. That's ours.
If it's really the shoe that you love, you can still get them. is essentially
Yes.
what they're saying.
Yes. They hit they yeah, Adidas hit Kanye with that with the rock on, not the rock, but rock on her brother. Said, let me make this simple for you. I own you.
It's a good line. Yes, it's a Raising Canaan line. Yeah, that's what it was.
Let me make this perfectly clear. Kanye, we own everything that you have to deal with us.
But that'll be a fascinating study. Should they choose to re-release those shoes, or should they release those shoes moving forward? Because did you love the shoe, or did you love the endorser? Like if you rip the Jumpman off of the Concords, or the ones, everybody loves the ones, right? If you rip the Jumpman off of it, do you love them the same? Or you rip the Nike logo off of it, do you love it the same? Do you love it because it's Jordan? Do you love it because of the design of the shoe? Like what do you love it because the Jordan brand, or Michael Jordan the athlete? Like what do you love about shoes? And Adidas and Adidas has they kind of have the leeway. Like they're outside of the Yeezys. What are they in the market? They're not really anything.
No, they got some they got Dame Lillard, they got James Harden.
Yeah,
they're not moving.
That doesn't mean anything though. Like they'll always be associated with Run DMC and Kanye. And so if like they have the ability to like play around with it, like Nike could never release Concords without the Jumpman on it.
No,
it looked like something that you bought out of at a swap meet.
Right.
But Adidas, well, if it doesn't work, we just lost like $1 billion. So what's it matter?
But here's the thing about it though. Kanye don't have no logo. It's gonna look like the same shoe.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do you love the shoe, or do you love the endorser?
No, I know what you mean, but that's kind of the difference between the Concord, right? Like you wouldn't have the Jordan logo, so it may take a different effect. It's gonna be the same shoe.
Yeah.
With these Yeezys. It's the same shoe. So we'll see what people do. It's an interesting study because I remember I saw something one time where, and look, once again, I'm not acting holier than thou. I saw something where I think it was some Hirachis, like the basketball karate, like the 2K4 or 2K5 Hirachis or something like that. Whatever the ones Kobe jumped over to Ashton Martin with, right? And they took those shoes.
That's how you jump over an Ashton Martin, boy.
For a second, I really did think he jumped over Ashton Martin. I was like, yo, that's crazy. Who let him do that? That's crazy. What a great commercial for that was like a first YouTube commercial or something like that. Wasn't even supposed to be a commercial. But they took the shoe and they had the same shoe, same picture of a shoe. There was a swoosh on one of them. There was an Under Armour sign on another. Another picture had a Reebok Jumpman or Reebok sign.
Yeah.
Another shoe, another picture of the same shoe had like the Lee Nang logo or something like that. And they're like, do you feel any different about this shoe depending on what logo's on there? And I was like, the Nike one looks the best. But I mean, look, I don't know. I'm not gonna act like, oh, I wouldn't do. If I like the shoe and it was with Under Armour, I'd still get it. Maybe not. I look at the Vapor Maxes, and I love the Vapor Max. I think they're so dope. If they were Reeboks, I probably wouldn't love them as much.
Yeah, I don't know why our brains are conditioned that way.
Yeah, I don't know. Be the same exact shoe with the Reebok sign instead of the swoosh, and I'd probably be like, like I'd probably like them. I wouldn't like them as much as I do with the Vapor Max now.
Yeah, I mean the shoe game is such a massive industry. I find myself so often, and you do this too. You were posting about it opening night, going to games now. Being able to be down on the floor, and now I'm just looking at everyone's shoes. I told you about the Jordan 3s. I saw Rashawn's development coach. I'm sorry, I don't know the brother's name. I was like, oh, Never seen those in oh, might have to come out of retirement for those.
Yeah.
Those are nice. But then I start looking around, De'Aaron had the Converse on again. It's like, oh, okay. Now I'm just looking at everyone's shoes, trying to figure out what they're wearing. But that's almost. I don't know when that started with me. Probably I'm gonna guess 2006 is when it started for me. When it was just like I'm Nike all the time now.
Mm-hmm.
But I would do the same thing. You could put different logos on the shoes. Like the true test for me, like in terms of brand loyalty, I never bought. I own the Rock's training gear because it's incredible. I like the feel of their workout gear more than like the dry fit stuff.
Yeah,
it's just like a lighter cotton, and I love it.
Yeah,
but I never bought the shoes. Shorts, spandex, shirt, whatever.
Yeah,
zip up, sweatsuit. Never bought the Rock shoes though, and that's the ultimate test of brand loyalty for me. It's like Rock, look, bro, I love you. I don't love you that much though.
And see, it's interesting because I'll wear different brands of shoes, right? Like I'll wear them. A lot of the times, like if somebody gives them to me, yeah, I'll wear them. But to actually, this goes back to what you were talking about earlier, putting your money in it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to spend. There are some the Rock trainers that Reese has. I like them.
They look super comfortable.
Yeah,
I've almost pulled the trigger
might,
multiple times.
Yeah, I might fool with that. There are some Adidas that I like. Oddly enough, these shoes that I used to like were like the Cam Newton Under Armour joints. And I don't think they're the ones he played in. They were supposed to be like some training type joints. I really like those. I really wanted a pair of those, and I just never did. But I don't know. My favorite. There are other shoes from other companies that I really do like and I would wear, but I just like Nike more.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. How long you think it's going to be before Kanye starts talking about how much he loves black people and how he did this all for us and how he's just trying to get the movement forward?
It won't be too long. It won't be too long. I hope we slam the door shut in his face.
It better. I know you was out of the country, champagning and campaigning. You see LA? You see that banner? In LA?
Yeah, I did see that.
That I think sparked a lot of Adidas's reaction today. Yeah, those were white supremacists. So remember that the next time Kanye starts talking about black people and the movement forward. Remember that. Yeah. Remember whose side he's on, and more importantly, remember who's on his side.
Guess who don't care about black people now?
Man, ain't that something? All these years later, it was you. It was me, Austin. It was me, George. It was me all along.
It was you all along.
Sacramento Kings look to get their first win coming up on Thursday against the Memphis Grizzlies. You know what? It might be worth going back and playing that sound from Mike Brown again.
That was some good stuff.
Yeah, Mike Brown spoke following today's practice. He talked about Harrison Barnes. He talked about whether the team should panic at 3-0. That one is not suitable, or 0-3, excuse me. That clip is not suitable for work, so we're going to leave that one out. But let's get to this clip of Mike Brown. This was the one that got us. This was the one that we found the most interesting.
Find a poster in the practice facility about being all in. Can you just talk about that mantra and what that means to the team and why you had them sign that poster?
Yeah, again, I'm trying to. We're trying to create a winning culture here. And there's a few things that go into that, which I've already explained. And when you hit adversity, like some people may think we're in now, because we've lost, because you're not playing, because you expected to play more than what you thought, because you expected to get more shots. When those things creep in, are you still all in what our game plan is as a team? You know what your role is. Are you still all in and embracing your role, or are you just going to accept it where you got 1 foot in and 1 foot out because things are going bad now? When we hit a little adversity, you're going to creep over here. So you can say, well, I ain't playing, so I ain't part. That's why that's up there. This year it's about us being all in. It's a big year for us. It's a transition year going from here to trying to get to here. And it ain't going to happen just because we feel like we got some talent or because we feel like we worked hard during the preseason. It's got to be a constant thing that we do every day when we come to the gym. And even when you're not in the gym, you got to take care of your body. You got to get your sleep and you got to eat right and all those other things. So all in just means that, hey, we because I told you guys, if you don't want to sign it, you don't have to. You don't have to. When you value something in them, when you value your house, you value your car. When you got those things, what do you have to do? Sign a contract. Now, if you don't value this, because there are a lot of things that you don't value that you didn't sign a contract on, then don't sign it. And I would not take it personally. And that gives you the right to kind of be in and out when you want to. But everybody signed it. So whether the times are good or the times are bad, we have to all be in, all be on the same page, and all try to create this winning culture together at all times.
Mike Brown there today following practice.
Bars, man, bars. I loved hearing that. Now they have to buy in, but that's what it should be, man.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't feel like they're not, and that's why I just refuse to be upset about the 0-3 start. Like I didn't think they'd be 0-3. I certainly knew it was a possibility, but I don't think they're not all in. I don't think there are guys looking to get out.
Mhm.
I don't think there's anything overly concerning. You just don't want this deficit to get too deep.
Right.
They're capable of beating a good team. We've started this show talking about how weird the start to this NBA season is.
Mhm.
Memphis is a great ball club. Kings can beat Memphis. Miami, they've got 2 games before Saturday. They haven't found their way yet. Whether they do or they don't, Sacramento can beat Miami. You look across the league, anyone can beat anyone right now. Now there's going to come a time where some of this is going to change, but right now, I think the Kings are fine. I just don't want this to get much worse.
I agree. And like some of the things that he's talking about, in my opinion, are like I know it's 3 games in, but there are people who, in locker rooms, not saying in this particular locker room, but who, I knew this stuff wasn't gonna work. I'm gonna go back to do. Nah, man, you got to stay with it, man. You got to always remember. And it's tough to think about when there are different agendas, and you're in a profession like NBA basketball, where some things at some point in time supersede the team. Your contract, your endorsements, personal gain. I understand all that, but it's got to be about the team, man. And if you can get a group of guys where the team is what's most important, those are the teams that can survive any little rocky times, whether this is a speed bump or a real rock that they got to get over. You got to make sure you have a group of guys that know no matter what's going on, the team is the main focus. And you convince these guys that, look, if the team is fine, everything else will be fine.
Yeah.
Everything else will play itself out the way it's supposed to. But you can't do anything as a losing team.
916-909-1320. Let's head to Orlando. Let's get to our man, Kamara. Kamara, what's on your mind, bro?
What's going on, man? First of all, Casey, I actually sent Dame a link for some hats that I thought you would like.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. You sure did. I'm going to forward that link right now.
Okay. Because what are we talking about? Baseball hats or some brims? Because to be honest with you, I've been thinking about getting into the brim game a little bit.
Think about getting into the brim. You got the head for it?
I think so. I believe I do.
There's some people don't have the head for the brim game.
There's only one way to find out. I'm going to have to try some more. I think I do, though. So I've been thinking about getting into that brim game a little bit.
Well, these were baseball caps.
That work. You know that. You know with me, that works too. I appreciate
you. San Francisco baseball caps.
I meant to forward them. I meant to forward him to you, and I forwarded him to Kamara. So, Kamara, you about to get a text from me, bro. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I just thought there was a hype. I can't rep it because I'm not a Giants fan. I mean, I like the colors. Is that actually okay to rep a team if you don't even like the colors? I don't know. But is that still a full pop?
Absolutely, no. I do it all the time.
So you just rep the colors. You don't even like rocking
Yeah.
the team or anything.
The only thing I don't wear is a Dodgers hat. Other than that, I got an Orioles hat on today.
Okay, Lake Show.
Ah!
You walked right into that one. You walked right into that.
I don't have a Lakers hat either. I don't have that. Or a Raiders hat.
Well, I literally was calling y'all to tell you, man, I'm still rocking the Kings. I'm not worried about the 0-3, but we can talk about Kanye if you want to. You want to?
You a wild dude, Kamar. Okay? Actually, I'm curious. What do you think about Kanye? What do you think about the Adidas stuff and JP and all of that?
I think, when you try to enlist in the circus, this is the result. You get the clown show. So, I mean, he's a clown.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I don't feel no ways about him losing his endorsement. I don't feel any ways. I don't feel bad. I think what's being done is accountability, and it shows you that you have to adhere to how you make people feel. I think there's a larger conversation, about levels of accountability and why did we let it get to this space. But that's a whole holistic conversation that involves, just a number of different factors. But yeah, I don't weep for him, and I do want to put this out. I don't really like when people say he's such a genius for getting out of these contracts. Well, if he's such a genius, he wouldn't have gotten those contracts in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, someone who does contract law, like, I don't know how you got into those contracts, and then you're such a genius to get out of them. Like, you shouldn't have gotten them in the first place.
Right.
They're so oppressive.
Right.
That's like the Kings signing Dwayne Dedmon and then trading him. That's exactly what this is like. Oh, the Kings are brilliant for getting out of that Dwayne Dedmon contract. What the hell did you sign him for?
Right. Like, what, what I'm saying? Like, you put yourself in a position that you have to, like, trade him like a month into the season. Like,
yeah, that doesn't make you a genius at all.
No. Cleaning up your own mess doesn't make you a genius. It just makes you realize that you were messy in the first place. And, and we still don't know what the fallout's going to be financially or even economically as far as his contract. And, I know he doesn't own any of his content because Gap is a fashion house.
Yeah.
We don't like to think of him as. So anytime anybody goes into a fashion house, you don't own those designs.
Kamara, we got to step, man. We appreciate you as always. Say, yeah, I was going to talk about the Kings. I'm still rocking with them. I'm going to talk about Kanye if y'all want to. We'll come back. Jason Jones, I'm sure he's down to talk about Kanye. I'm sure he's down to talk about the Kings. I'm sure he's down to talk about this interesting start to the NBA season. We'll talk with him when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're cutting Coach Patrick, right? Okay.
There's a fantastic thread of, it's called like agree or disagree. Agree, disagree, or neutral. NBA version. I don't know who this guy is. Miguel 23DY. I don't know, but he's got like all these questions. So for instance, agree, disagree, or neutral. Defense is more valuable than playmaking.
Agree, disagree, or neutral. Defense is more valuable than playmaking.
I disagree.
I agree.
I disagree.
Okay.
Here's another one. Agree, disagree, or neutral. I don't know what the neutral is, or maybe you just don't want to answer it. But Scottie Pippen is the best perimeter defender of all time. Off the top of my head, I agree.
Sure.
Kawhi's the only one.
I mean, that's the other
comes
one
to
I
mind.
was thinking of was Kawhi.
Yeah, Kawhi's the only one. A lot of people saying disagree. Who's the best perimeter defender of all time?
I mean, I feel like well, I mean, that'll get a.
That would be dead wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's subjective, but I don't. That's a good question. It's a good question.
Here's another good one.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Booker is the best shooting guard in the league.
Oh, I mean, who's a shooting guard? I was gonna say
Yeah,
Tatum's.
Jaylen Brown.
I guess Brown is.
I mean, he's not.
Dame's not a shooting guard.
CJ McCollum is a shooting
Dame's
guard.
a point guard. Steph's a point guard. I guess.
Klay Thompson.
Clay's yeah. What's Brad?
Brad's a shooting guard.
Yeah, I don't know that Brad's the best in the league anymore, though.
Mm.
Or, I mean, if
I'm taking Brad over Devin Booker. I disagree.
I think I take Brad over Devin Booker too, but I don't know that necessarily means that Brad's like
he's better.
Is he?
Yeah, he's better.
I definitely like Bradley Beal more.
What's another good one here? He has one in here. Pretty cool. It says I've got to read the comments of this one. Well, there's only 3. De'Aaron Fox is underrated is one of them.
Agree.
Yeah.
And underappreciated.
I agree. Situation is the number one important thing for a young player. Disagree, Jesse? So that's saying that if the player is good enough, he can go anywhere and he should be successful.
Yeah, I think situation's important.
And I'll say this. So the question, he says situation is the number one important thing. I think I disagree. I don't know if it's the number one important thing.
What would you say is the number one?
Their talent.
Well, okay. Okay, maybe I'm taking the is Jason Tatum different on the Sacramento Kings than he is on the Boston Celtics? Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. If they're on the Kings, like those, you know, I don't. Tatum wasn't a player who could be drafted by the Kings, but the other ones were. Like, is Dame still talked about exactly the same way? Is he still that player? Does he have those playoff theatrics? Does he like? Is everything the same if Dame is drafted here?
I feel they are. I feel those guys are. But I could see somebody saying no.
Clay. Go ahead, Jesse.
No, but they had a situation change with Lacob come in, and
would the Kings have given up on Steph before that contract, before that bargain contract?
Well, the answer,
and I'm only using the Kings because we know they're historically a bad franchise, and we're talking about situations.
I would say no.
It's interesting. It's an interesting conversation. We could probably bring that last question you just asked to the
this
air.
Guy, he did some great stuff. Miguel DY has this thread of agreed, neutral, or disagree of these statements, these NBA statements, and yeah, they're pretty cool. The last one, what was the last one? I read.
You read the one that got us talking the most. I think was the one situation.
So he says situation is the number. Agree, neutral, or disagree. Situation is the number one important thing for a young player. I disagreed. I think it's important.
I agreed.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think the players' skill level, like we all know they're good, but like I think a good player, a player that's good enough, can overcome a situation.
And can you give me an example? Like, because there was an earlier question that involved Devin Booker. And Devin Booker's situation seemed to change when Chris Paul got there. So Devin Booker was really good, but what did that matter?
I don't know if he's good enough. Giannis is an example I'll give you. Now I don't know if the Bucks were a train.
Man, so you're talking like you're talking about like generational players then.
Maybe
because Giannis is a generational player.
Yeah. What do you think about Joel?
Did he overcome the situation or did he change the situation? Is that what you what do you mean?
Like,
What do
I'm
I
just
think
saying,
about
like,
Joel?
do you think he fits the narrative of like that was a bad situation and he spearheaded changing it?
No, he
Because
didn't
was
spearhead.
good
I
enough?
don't think he spearheaded change.
I think he is. He's the only one still there.
But that's fine. That doesn't mean he spearheaded the change. They tried. They used Markelle Fultz to get other draft picks. Like they had other picks that didn't work. Ben Simmons, another example. Like they were able to acquire talent because of those other picks.
Right.
It wasn't just drafting Joel Embiid that changed everything. You could argue, and here's the other thing: Milwaukee's not a bad situation.
Well,
Maybe they weren't very good.
There's only one situation. Well, maybe two. Minnesota. There's only one situation, though, or New York.
See, thank you for including them because I was really about to cuss you out for not including them. But how is Phoenix not in there? Phoenix was a bad situation. Phoenix stunk.
Phoenix was a bad situation.
It was Phoenix, New York, maybe not in this order, and Sacramento in terms of playoff trials. Like Phoenix was at like what 9, New York was at 7.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
15.
Atlanta wasn't a great situation. Trae Young came in.
No, I don't feel like Atlanta. Atlanta won 60 games like 6 years ago.
Well, mind you, all these people that are drafted, the team is bad enough to be in the top 5.
No, I understand that, but is it a difference between? I mean, the San Antonio Spurs drafted at 1, like a bad situation.
They weren't. That's different.
Well,
they weren't a bad team. They had a bad year.
Let's welcome in. We could bring Jason Jones.
I want to know what Jay got to say.
Bring in the professor, Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jay, appreciate you.
What? We couldn't get nobody talking. See, this is why you guys.
Why can't my man wear a Raider Nation hat?
Don't give up 50 almost at home. Just focus on that.
Focus talking about Raiders.
Focus on your situation.
My man just came for his weekly hit with D'Lo and KC.
And that was not an attack on the Niners, but as per usual and expected, Niner fan gets sensitive.
Well, you guys are obsessed.
Oh my God! What up? Oh my God.
It is for good reason because Raider fans are obsessed with the 49ers. Like
no one mentioned the 49ers. So no one
talking
49ers.
We talk like Cowboys, Packers, Seahawks.
No one mentioned the 49ers. That was you. So I had to remind you that you guys have given up like 900 points in the last 2 weeks.
Well, you guys routinely give up 900 points.
Mm-hmm. And you're a half game better this season. Congratulations.
You guys got all the great weapons.
What? We don't have Debo. We don't have an all-time. We don't have an all-time great defense.
Yeah, they do. They talk about how sorry we are. Then they want to be like, oh well, you guys got all the players.
I'm gonna put this on you. My man just jumps in the stream. We're getting ready to ask him a basketball question. He pulls his hat down, says Raider Nation.
That was him.
My man is just announcing himself, like, "Hey, Jason Jones in the building."
And then you just start attacking me about, hey, you should have took this out on Patrick Mahomes the other day. Hey,
no, we didn't have no answer for Patrick Mahomes. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you let my boy from Long Beach, probably Juju Smith-Schuster, look really fast.
Wait a minute. They acting like Patrick Mahomes doesn't routinely backhand them every time he plays them. Like let's relax.
Oh, I know. Never forget 21-10. Never forget 2010.
I mean, you guys ain't never even that close.
Okay. All right.
In a meaningful game.
All right. That's fine.
Are you
ain't won a playoff game since the internet.
That's fine.
Are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay.
Just gets all worked up about it.
That's why J Street Vibes is never coming back.
It is coming back. We're waiting for Danny in San Francisco.
I think Danny in San Francisco is waiting for you.
I texted him today. I said, yo, we're waiting for the green light. No John Legend.
J Street Vibes allegedly coming back, though there's no evidence of it actually happening at all. Jason Jones hosts 47 different podcasts. And he got 99 podcasts, and J Street Vibes ain't one.
That's change. Don't worry.
we were having a discussion a second ago, Jay. The question was agree, disagree, or neutral that the situation for a young player is the most important thing. What is the exact wording?
So there are a bunch of statements, right? And you got to agree, disagree, or be neutral. And this statement is situation is the number one important thing for a young player. Number one important thing.
I'm neutral for this one reason.
I was just about to say that might be the answer.
Yeah,
one reason that you can be in a great situation. If you're lazy, you're lazy. You know, there's some guys who I think no matter where you put them, bad, good situation, they're going to figure something out. They may not win as a, they may not be on a winning team or things may not work out, but some guys are going to figure something out to at least be productive. There's guys you can drop in, you could drop them on the Golden State Warriors today and they just wouldn't care. They'd rather be somewhere else on a bad team where they can put up a bunch of empty stats. So, so I'd say neutral. I think a good situation can make a good player better, or maybe have a guy who's marginal, bump them up. But I think sometimes, the greatness of some guys is going to come out in the match. I think let's look at Sacramento. DeMarcus Cousins was going to be good. IT was going to break through. No one was stopping IT. And I think going to a team that didn't know where it was going to play next season every other year for about 3 or 4 years, you can't get much more unstable than that.
Right. Yeah.
So go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask another one, but go ahead. So what you gonna say?
What's De'Aaron then? Like where would you put, like you mentioned DeMarcus, you mentioned Isaiah. De'Aaron's obviously very, very good. What's how would you work him into that?
I think you look at the numbers in his production, he's going to do that. I mean, I don't think, because he hasn't hit that all-star level yet. We're not DeMarcus hit all-star level in sack, which was, as people even told me back then, was a miracle that a guy could do that in that situation. IT did it after he left. I think De'Aaron has all-star talent, but he plays a position where it's deep and it's going to be hard to crack through on that. And so, I mean, I wouldn't put him with those guys because he hasn't cracked through on that. But I mean, just in terms of over the last 15 years or so, there's not a lot of guys who have come through who are more talented than him. I think his production, you look at, when he's on the court, his production is, was fine. You might want to nitpick the defense or, the 3-point shooting, but just in terms of talent, numbers, I think he's gonna be good no matter where he ended up. It's just a matter of where you kind of peg him as. Is he a superstar? Is he a number 2? Is he Robin? Is he Batman? I think that's where your situation starts to matter, because a good team realizes early on, okay, this guy's really good, but maybe he can't be maybe he's not Batman. So let's go ahead and go find Batman. A good situation understands that and tries to figure that out quickly.
So let me ask you another one that they had on this thread that pertains to the Kings, and just simply, De'Aaron Fox is underrated.
I wouldn't say that.
I agree.
Underrated compared to what? I mean,
compared to how he's looked at in national publications, how the way people talk about him. Like, here's why I would agree with that. The man is putting up 20, whatever, we'll just say 20. I think it was 23 last year, 23 and 6 or 7, and people were like, "Man, De'Aaron Fox fell off." What? De'Aaron Fox fell off. He put up 23 and 6, and but in the same breath, SGA puts up the same numbers. They're like almost the same numbers across the board, and like, yo, you looking at one of the top 10 point guards in the league. What?
I think part of that is just locally. I think we look at De'Aaron different because we see him all the time. And so I don't think, hold on a second, my computer was going out, about to plug it in, but I think it's a couple of things. One, locally, we're going to look at De'Aaron differently because we see him all the time. I mean, you go around I think nationally people have a pretty nice feel about him. Secondly, because he's a king, it's always going to be like, well, it's you're on a bad team on the West Coast where a lot of media aren't on the West Coast. People aren't staying up in New York to watch the Kings play. So you just see the box score. So you may not have a full context of what it is he's actually doing. But I don't get the sense people I talk to that he's underrated, but I talk to different people. I talk to coaches, I talk to scouts. I don't really read, I don't like watch talking head shows at all. I don't really read a lot of stuff that people say, especially people who don't actually, if I want to read about what's going on with a team, I read the local people. I don't like go to a national thing and be like, well, let's get their assessment on the Kings. I'm willing to bet most national people haven't watched the Kings game in its entirety in 15, 16 years. I'm willing to bet that, if longer. So I really don't, that doesn't really move me at all about in terms of is he overrated, underrated. I think we're maybe a little harder on him locally just because of the situation. The team hasn't been good in so long. You see the potential. And the one area I've always knocked him on is just defensively. I think he can be a all NBA defender. And I think once he becomes, at least in the conversation, is one of the best defensive guards in the league, you'll start to see more of the Kings' fortunes begin to go in a different direction too, because now he's making you chase him up and down the court, and now he's giving you hell when you have the ball. Not many guys have the ability and the talent to do it, and I think he has the talent. So maybe I'm holding him to a higher standard than what he actually is, but I see a guy who can be a top 5, top 10 two-way player. And that's even with the 3-point shot in the low 30s.
Jason Jones of The Athletic with us here on D-Lo and KC. What do you think about De'Aaron and the Kings' first 3 games of the season?
I think, well, defensively, I'm not shocked they're struggling, but I also think that when it's the first 3 games, there's a tendency to overreact, good or bad. I mean, if these 3 games happened in March, it looks different when you've got a much bigger sample size. And I mean, you look who they played. They played, the Warriors. They played Dame, who decided to be, Dame all over, go back a couple of years with Dame. And you played Paul, you give up 40 to Paul George. I mean, I think those are all 3 teams that if you were stacking the West, you would say those teams are probably better than the Kings right now. Maybe Portland's a toss-up. But I think it's too early for any team anywhere to overreact. You haven't even played 10% of your games. Now, if they're like 1-10 and giving up 115 plus a night, okay, we got some, but I mean, I don't think the starting lineup we've seen the first 3 games stays the same over the course of the year. I just think there's going to be some things some things to work out. Keegan didn't play the first game. Not to say that Keegan was going to be the difference against Portland, but they didn't, it takes some time for these things to develop. I don't like that you gave up 50 points in a quarter. I mean, that for me, that was okay. League pass. Okay, time to turn this off. Let me go back to this football game. No, you can't give up 89, 90 points in a half. You just can't. I mean, I don't care who you're playing. I mean, knock somebody, do something, pinch somebody. I mean, and to the one thing I haven't liked that I have seen too many teams, like that Portland game too, teams just living the paint against them right now. Teams, it's too easy to get to the rim against them. I mean, Portland just had a layup line at one point, just like they're going right at you in the paint. So those are concerning, but also will say it's 3 games. I like to see 10 to 15 before I start going, okay, we got a trend, because like I said, everything's is under the microscope right now. I mean, according to this right now, the Kings, Lakers will never win a game. The Sixers might win 2 games all year. I mean, Brooklyn's terrible right now. I mean, there's just so much going on. So, and remember this time a year ago, people thought Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum couldn't play together. So,
yeah, true.
Yeah.
So I like to get a few games in, maybe get to Christmas around that time to see where everybody's at. But yeah, right now, I don't think anyone thinks the Utah Jazz are going to be like one of the top teams in the West. But right now, a lot of times the teams like a Utah will jump out early just because they're hungry, they want to play. You got some vets probably trying to get themselves traded out of there. So you're going to see some kind of wacky stuff for the first month of the year.
Yeah. I do think the Jazz are going to be good. I'm with my guy William. I think I'm lying. I don't think that. I don't think that at all. That's not happening. But in these first 3 games with the Kings, one of the things that I kept saying is I don't think they've been that bad. They've had moments that have kind of cost them games, whether it's a slow start and not closing the game out in the first game against Portland, free throw shooting against the Clippers, and then that second quarter that you talk about against the Warriors. That's what they've got to correct. But it doesn't, I don't know, it feels a little different than the last couple of years where it doesn't look like they just don't have the talent to keep up. I don't see that. I see them having to take care of some things, some minor things, but it feels like they have the talent to be able to compete on a high level in this league.
See, to me, that's kind of the partially disheartening thing about it, because it's not talent. It's like, stop giving up drives to the paint. That's been a problem no matter who's been there, coach, player, whatever. They just do that, or make your free throws. I mean, make your free throws. I mean, and I'm almost like that Charles Barkley thing. You give up 50 and a quarter. Like, did you give up? Like, what happened? Like, that's pretty hard to give up 50 and a quarter. And I know the Warriors are the Warriors, but 50? So, but even with all that said, I'm not on some, oh my God, the season's over. Let's start looking at, where how Victor fits in with De'Aaron. I'm not on that yet.
Draft Victor Wembanyama. It's not a fit.
Yeah, can't do it. We got to draft for need. But to me, it's 3 games. It's 3 teams that I would say are probably better than them. Now if they just got mopped all 3, I'd be like, oh. I think we all knew the defense would be a work in progress. You don't fix basically 2 decades of bad defense just because you hired Mike Brown and had training camp. It's going to take time. It's going to, that's why I say a lot of it's on D. I think you need your best players to also be some of your best defenders. De'Aaron's got to be your best on-ball defender. You got to get some guy. You got to get. I don't know who's going to be your rim protector, but you got to get someone a lively body in the front court. I don't know who it's going to be. I don't think Sabonis fits the bill of, being that guy who's going to come over and block 4 or 5 shots in a game. But you got to figure out some type of scheme that's going to work. It's going to take time. It's not going to happen in 3 or 4 games. But now, if we're like a month from now and they're giving up 50-point quarters still, and you were saying the same stuff, okay, I'll listen to the panic buttons.
Speaking of panic buttons, I don't know how many people know Donda Sports actually exist.
Why is my boy Jalen hanging with them? I don't. Why is Aaron Donald hanging with them?
Aaron Donald is not.
He's out.
He just released a statement a couple of minutes ago that said, yeah, we're good. In that long list of things that I mentioned that dropped Kanye West, I forgot to mention CAA.
Yeah.
CAA is out.
Mm-hmm.
So
and everyone's like, okay, yeah, because I think I listened to about that first 30 minutes of that drink. I said, this is really bad. I gotta turn. This is really bad.
Yeah.
And they were like, you got to listen to the whole thing. I do not have to listen. No, I don't. No, I don't. No. And he's been running around doing. It's just, I don't get what Jalen's doing. Like, who's sending their kid to that school? Like. What person wakes up and says, who I want to educate my child right now? I want my child to learn under the direction of Kanye West. Like, who's sending their kid there?
Well, it's also not an accredited school, so they're going to have to go to school at some point. Right. Like, so it's not like they're in the 5th or 6th or 7th grade. They're literally in no grade.
It's like remember when Kyrie got out here? He went to a high school that didn't exist once he left. They're trying to get some like AAU stuff going, and then once those guys go to college, Donda School is gone.
They have like 3 of the top 10 players in the nation too. Which
NIL is great, too. Kanye still got plenty of money to keep those guys happy, but it's
Jalen's out. Jalen left too. Jalen's out too.
Just a day or 2 ago, Jalen was like, "I'm still." It's like someone must have made a call. Was like, "No, you can't roll with this. No, we can't. You can't roll with this." It's just bad. It's just like I said. It's just bad. I mean, I don't know what you even. I don't know how anyone can. People are saying, well, It's this going on. It's that going on. You know, and I have friends who are bipolar. As some of them have told me, being bipolar doesn't make you say racist, crazy things. It doesn't tell you to go do that. And I don't understand, you know, like I said, that Drink Champs thing was so uncomfortable. I mean, it was just so uncomfortable. And it's just like, you guys are going to let him talk? Like, is anyone going to say anything?
Oh, that was tough. That was
Yeah,
tough
it
on
is.
their part, on Nori and those guys, because I like those guys a lot. And
It's almost like, you know, I think even with Nori, it's like, it was cool till he got he was tweeting, we got better numbers in football, and bit like kind of like playing dominoes. It's, you know, not all money is good money.
Yeah.
You know, you got a bunch, you know, people will stop and watch a train wreck. You know, people will watch a car crash. That doesn't mean that it was a good thing that a lot of people stopped.
That doesn't mean you should broadcast it live on YouTube.
Yeah, and I think people are mixing up the whole freedom of speech thing. And as someone who had to go to grad school and learn about this repeatedly, freedom of speech does not mean you get to say whatever you want without consequence. People think, well, he has freedom of speech. He does. And they have the freedom to say, guess what? You're bad for business. Bye. I mean, I don't understand why that's so hard for people to understand. They're like, well, Kanye is playing chess and we're playing checkers. I don't want to play chess like that.
No.
That's my favorite take of all this. You guys don't understand what he's doing.
Kanye's
Was trying
playing
to
Pong.
He's playing Connect 4 or something. He's come on. He's not even doing that. He's like playing jacks by himself. This is not some guy you're not going to convince me that he sat down and said, you know what? If I go on all these platforms and offend everyone, yeah, that's going to be the way I make even more money. Like, I don't want to wear any Yeezys, right? Like, why would I want to support this?
Right.
You know, I don't understand this whole idea that he somehow outsmarted all of us. Like, yeah, getting out of that, you know, the deal that made you a billionaire, but that, yeah, we're all, yeah, okay, whatever.
We could only dream to be so smart.
Yeah, you know, as I say, the hoteps are all they're all with this one. You know, those who call their woman queen, they say grand rising when they text you in the morning. They just can't say good morning. They're all behind this, but I'm just like, y'all can keep that. I'm cool.
Yeah,
I'll stick to watching Russell Westbrook shoot 8% from 3 and watch there's a lot of other options you can do. There's a lot more music out there than Kanye. You know, you can listen to
the Lakers are the best WWE show out right now. You know what's funny, Jay? I didn't even notice this until this morning. The Lakers have lost to the same 3 teams that the Sacramento Kings have lost to.
Yeah.
But these losses are not being looked at the same way at all. The Lakers world is falling apart, and we're up here like, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I think even with the Lakers, as bad as their shooting is, even they can't shoot this bad an entire season. I mean, it's not going to be. They're not going to be.
Who's going to turn up?
They're not going to shoot 20%. Everyone on their team is actually shooting below their career number at that. So they're not going to be. They're not going to be top 10, top 15, probably not even top 20. But I don't think they're going to shoot 20%. But even with that said, I'm watching that Portland game. I'm like, Russ, have you seen that little split screen of when Russ shoots it? LeBron and AD at the same time go.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll say what I said yesterday. LeBron got his damn nerve.
I agree on that too, because that's who you wanted. That's who you wanted. And, you know, sometimes what you want ain't what you need. And yeah,
if I was Russ, I would have looked at him. I could have been DeMar DeRozan. Dog.
Yeah, I mean, that's funny. They both have lost to the same 3 teams. It is viewed completely different. It's like, you know, and I think, and it's crazy because I don't think LeBron's been terrible. AD hasn't been bad, but they can't make it outside. I mean, I'm just like, stop shooting 43s, please. You made like 4 of them. Stop.
Or 40-footers. Take your pick. Don't take.
Yeah, LeBron. We don't need your logo airball shots no more. No more of that, please. I mean, I don't know.
They airballed by 7.
I was like, what are you doing? I'm like, come on. And I mean, it's almost like it's contagious because guys are just missing in what, like, Like my man Juan Toscano, I mean, he missed the shot like he was shooting behind the back. I'm like, what's going on? And I think bad shooting can be contagious. And I'm like, every time Russ shoots one, it's like, uh-oh. It's like they were guarding him with a center.
Lakers locker room.
They were guarding him with a center. I
Mm.
mean, they were guarding him with Nurkic. It's I think the Lakers are to a point where they got to say, you know what, if we want to win games down the stretch, we can't play Russ. I mean, you can't. We can't.
But
because
that though is who's for who? I mean, I like Lonnie Walker, but is that the answer?
anyone who, I mean, with the Russ stuff, it's not just the. I mean, I can deal with missed shots. It's the decision making. That shot at the end of that game was not a good decision, no matter how you slice it. But there, and I think Darwin tried to cover him, and they were going 2 for 1. Why are you going 2 for 1 with the lead? Yeah, no, coach is trying to cover for him. But why are you going 2 for 1 with the lead? Like what? It's like it's like, you know, it's the decision making for me. It's not even the shots sometimes. It's like, okay, guys are gonna miss shots. I can accept that, but you're going 2 for 1 when you're leading with the ball. Like, why? I mean, to me, that was clearly Darvin Ham trying to cover for him. And then he asked Russ how you play. Oh, solid. Like, and Russ is going at fans because fans say he played bad. Did the fan lie?
Well, the fan needs to calm down. Calm down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of fans definitely get out of pocket, but at this point, I'm pretty sure Russ is hurt worse. He can't. It's no matter what Russ does in that situation, not a good look for Russ. It's just not. You know, you made that guy's day. He's gonna tell his kids and his grandkids, you know what? I made Russell Westbrook so mad he came back out the tunnel and yelled at me. Because there's not going to be a confrontation. You know, all is going to be, you know, and that guy is now telling all his boys, that was me. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, they just, you know.
See, the problem is, though, if he was sitting lower, it would have been a confrontation. If he was sitting within arm's distance, I think it would have been.
Oh, if Russ is that on edge already, this is going. We need live cameras following them all. We need like, you know, the Hulu doc should have extended to this season. If it's going to be like that, we need to get like, you know, episode 11 and 12 just on, you know,
season Hard Knocks.
Yeah, Hard Knocks with the. I'd watch it. Between that, I'd watch Hard Knocks with the Sixers. I'd watch I'd watch it, and I'd watch it with Brooklyn. I mean, I'd watch it with Brooklyn. I mean, you know, Ben Simmons, KD, they have to do a weekly interview with Kyrie and not talk about basketball. Just get his take on, you know, science, anything other than basketball. I would watch that. I would watch that weekly. I would watch that before I watch any game. I would watch like the Hard Knocks Brooklyn Nets.
I need Kyrie to do a podcast on Kanye.
Oh my gosh.
That would be so good yet so bad, probably.
I don't want him to say nothing because I kind of I like Kyrie to a certain degree, but
he said to a certain degree.
We've already gotten him a little bit away from Kanye. We were like, yo, he's not that.
Yeah, no, he is not that.
Oh yeah, you get him away from Kanye.
That's before he's
talking Alex Jones stuff.
That's before he's talked. So he may get right there with Kanye if you give him the microphone. Let's not.
Oh, I mean, but it would be a sight to behold. You know, Kyrie on Kanye. Oh yeah, that would be. I could only imagine the deep thoughts of Kyrie Irving in that situation.
The ghost of David Stern would come back and suspend Kanye for the entire year.
Why would he suspend Kanye?
He suspend Kyrie the entire year.
Like, whoa, he'd be like, you're banned for life.
Yeah, you're.
Report's gonna come out that Kyrie has been suspended for the rest of the season. Adam Silver's like, I didn't do this. I didn't do this. Who did this?
David,
and you see, like
he said it was a committee of one.
Yeah, then when Kyrie goes on TV to explain to us that David Stern suspended him, we're like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. What are you talking about? And he's like, no, for real, it was David Stern. Like my check stopped coming through. My key doesn't work at the facility. David Stern did this to me. And because it was Kyrie, we all go, well, maybe he did. Because Kyrie, Kyrie's a different type of dude. And and it's just funny, even with Kyrie, people say, well, yeah, he says crazy stuff, but he does a lot of good community work. I'm like, yeah, I don't think he's a bad person. I just think, as people have told me, he's a little different. He's a little different, and he's one of those, they say he's one of those guys who believes he's the smartest guy in the room, no matter what the topic is. So
if he's the smartest guy in the room, I don't want any part of that room.
Hey, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. They got to get a camera in that room. That's got to be, imagine you get dropped off on that team and you're like a rookie. You're like, wow.
Cam Thomas,
a
bro.
lot of Kings where rookies would get dropped off and they look at me like, oh my God, like probably the big, like poor Nick Stauskas.
I was just about to say, why are you putting Nick Stauskas in this?
I wasn't, man. He was like that. A few of them were. Jimmer was just like, oh my God, like what is this? But then again, I also covered the Raiders, and that was probably worse than what back in those days. You get drafted into Lane Kiffin, it was like the players wouldn't even call Lane coach. They'd be like, that's Lane. That's Lane. They wouldn't even call him coach. I mean, there was
That's
just
not even a good name either. Hey, Lane.
It doesn't help when the owner introduces him as Lance. Remember the first presser? He called him Lance. Yeah. So I mean, it's so. I guess going back to the original thing, maybe it's not neutral. Maybe where you end up matters way more than we want to admit.
That is amazing work by the journalist, Professor Jason Jones, who brought the question from 30 plus minutes ago.
Bring it all the way back. Bring it all the way back. Your environment matters.
Real quick, Jason, we got like 15 seconds.
All right.
Who's the biggest star in the history of hip hop? Star. Doesn't have to be the greatest of all time if you don't want it.
The biggest star is Snoop.
Okay. We're dropping a podcast. We talked with Jonathan Abrams. This was a question that came up, and just add Jason Jones to the list of people who are forgetting. Y'all are forgetting. I'm going to let it linger out there. You got to listen to the podcast.
Will Smith?
I'm going to leave it out there on the podcast. Everybody listen to the podcast.
I'm thinking musically Snoop, but probably all around it's Will Smith. Will Smith got Oscars.
Hey.
Is he a rapper, though?
Yeah. See, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not what you asked. Don't go changing the question, Kenny Caraway.
He was a rapper. He's a rapper. He's hip hop.
He's the DJ. I'm the rapper. He's the first Grammy Award winning rapper. If I'm not
so I might have to say Will Smith then. I mean, now that I think about it, the biggest star out of the genre ended up being Will Smith. Because I mean, there's people who don't even know Will Smith raps. Like my kids don't know who Will Smith ever raps.
How's he the biggest rapper of all time?
Because rap put him
because he transcended. So, spoiler alert, I said Will Smith. He transcended. It's just like The Rock. There are people who don't know The Rock is a wrestler. He's gotten so
Will
big.
Smith took hip-hop to TV and then went to the moon.
That's it. The man who speaks the truth, Jason Jones. He carries the J Street Vibes podcast whenever the hell it returns.
Oh my God.
Jay, we appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
All right, catch y'all next week. Y'all be safe.
That's the professor, Jason Jones. It's Will Smith.
Look, spoiler alert. I agreed and understood where you come from. I said it on the show.
I don't think you agreed.
No,
So again, the podcast will drop tomorrow. I told you I answered it. You said Tupac, and then I think Jonathan said Tupac too, and then he went to Jay-Z. I was like, you both forgot, and I took your question literally. Who's the biggest star to ever come out of hip hop? To me, that's Will Smith, and it's not.
And I
close.
said the literal answer to the question. You're right, but then I was like,
then you hated the way you hated yourself for the way you worded the question.
We're not looking at him as a rapper.
Well, that wasn't your question, now was it? We're gonna drop that podcast for you. It's a really good conversation. Go subscribe to Corners of the Culture right now. Go check out our new Corners of the Culture merch, including this Hot De La Soul joint I'm wearing here in the studio that you can see on youtube.com/ESPN1320. And I connected with our man Kyron. We might have some more merch going up in the next day or two. Yeah. We might have some more merch coming up in the next day or two. Check out the D'Lo and KC podcast wherever available. If you're on YouTube right now, please hit the thumbs up before you close out and go home. Those likes are really, really important to us. We need you to like us. Hit the subscribe button as well. And most of all, come back tomorrow, noon, on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I love De'Aaron Fox. Your boy Cole not listening.
Shocker. Doesn't listen. That's why that's Cole wonder why I yell at him, man. This is why I yell at him, because he don't listen. Hey, you know what, Wizzo Mac? No, again, I don't think you listened either. But E40 deserves a lot of credit for independent hip hop, and he deserves a lot of credit for things like No Limit and Cash Money. A lot of that was put in place by guys like Too Short and E40. Yeah.
Swirl and be more.
I saw that. Deuce low key hit him with the bro. Shut the fuck up. You stupid. That's not what Deuce said.
No.
But I read Deuce's tone. Like that's what I'm telling everybody.
Well, I just saw one.
You got to read. No, you got to read the replies. You got to read all of the replies in the quote tweets. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh man. Oh man. I wish this car was self-driving so I could read this on the way home.
Don't act like your car is not self-driving. Stop
It
it.
absolutely is not.
Mine does. I never use it though. Yeah, I've never used it.
No, I drive my car. I don't know nothing about no autopilot.
Bro, you have autopilot. You just don't use it.
Yeah, real talk. So I tried to use it one time, right? I was like on not a back street, but I wasn't on a main street. I tried to use it and I could have went more than 2 feet. That car got to jerk in a certain way. I guess it was staying in the lane. I said, no, hell no, hell no. I'm driving this thing. I literally went like 3 feet. I said, no.
Dr. David, that's funny. Does Deuce like me?
I know people who do use the self-driving thing though.
I know people who've used it. It ain't gonna be me.
I seen a video. I know somebody who does. My boy BC. He absolutely he uses it from time to time. And then you know, go to YouTube on the video on these people riding around letting the auto drive happen in like downtown San Francisco.
Oh God, no.
It's crazy, right?
No. Yeah, I am not comfortable with that at all.
Not gonna be able to do it. Oh, snap was on. Oh my gosh. Is this on the same thread?
I only saw the one. Maybe he did more. I just saw one response. Oh, okay.
It's just
but everyone's reading it.
It's just one of those things, man. Just settle down, man. That's all. Just settle down. Like, yeah, just
like you're bearing
everybody
yourself,
like
buddy.
being cool, man. Just be cool. Just be cool, man. That's all you gotta do.
You want to be right, bro, or you want to be listened to?
Is this points against?
It doesn't no, it doesn't automatically come with the car. So like if you buy a used one, you know, it could, but if you buy a new one, it doesn't.
Yo, this is interesting and crazy. Damn. The Kings are giving up 118 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
At 123.8 points a game, Take a guess on who that is.
I don't know.
123.8.
Utah.
No, Memphis. They're
Really?
giving up 123 points a game.
How many are they scoring?
118. Now, I think they got the hell beat out of them by Dallas. They lost by like 30 to Dallas. One game.
Oh, okay.
The game they lost. The Nets are giving up 123 a night. Detroit's
Sounds
giving up
right.
121. Indiana is giving up 121 and a half.
That's impossible. That's impossible.
The Warriors are giving up 120 a night.
That's believable.
And Denver, I think, is the worst in the league. They're giving up 124.5.
What's Denver's record right now?
They're 2-2. I thought they were 1-2. Everybody. I mean, there's only one team under 100. And that's Milwaukee at 98.
Yeah, these scores are crazy. The Pelicans, the Warriors scoring 125 points per game. Charlotte scoring 122. Man.
Damn. And LaMelo not back yet, huh?
Mm-mm.
Oh boy.
Appreciate you guys, man. All right. We love y'all, man. Have a great rest of your have a great oh boy. All right, Calvin. I'm gonna let that live out there, Calvin. I ain't got time for that. I'm hungry. Well, yeah, Brett Favre's still selling Copperfit. That's a true story.
Jeez.
That's a true story. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Go to DLoandKC.com. Subscribe to Corners of the Culture. Appreciate you. Thank you.